Please do away with the angel tax. The angel tax was introduced by Pranab Mukherjee long back because it appears that in the neighboring state, one politician is getting money at a premium in his companies. Please abolish that. It's been a source of harassment. And I want to put on record, March of this year, I had a call from 3 startups who said their cases are picked up because they got investment. Calls came from somebody because faceless. They asked for a bribe. And they refused to pay a bribe. And they put a high tax on them. Who cares? They don't care. There's no penalty for doing wrong assessments. It has become a source of harassment for young people. And what are you trying to do? All the people who invest by check. They got a PAN number. So the income tax officer can always go check up the PAN number and see whether the investor accounted money. If I put my accounted money, why is anybody asking what valuation? When you come to me with a PPT, how are you going to value the company? The income tax officer have a special skill that any valuer have a skill. The PPT I talk.
All right, so these are the live visuals on your screen. Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman en route to the Parliament, this time to present a record 7th budget. This is going to be historic in so many ways. And remember that the crucial factor here will be, in a coalition government, what has Nirmala Sitharaman got to say to the people of this country? And Sakshi, a lot of expectations from the rural sector, industry experts, because everyone wants a piece of this pie.
Absolutely, Pooja. And, it's going to be extremely important to see how the finance minister is able to match and to balance both the fiscal pressures as well as the coalition pressures. At that this time around, it's going to be that one added on pressure, not just to keep the economy rolling, not just to keep the growth path, a gliding growth path towards 8%, in the near future by FY30. But we also have Piyush Mishra right there, who's been standing by from morning outside Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman's place. Now she's she's now going towards the Parliament. Piyush, get us more insights. Where is she headed first? What will happen next? And what is something that everybody is looking out for from the Finance Minister this time around?
Well, Sakshi, she has just left from residence and she is now heading to Ministry of Finance, where she will be, meeting with her colleagues there at Ministry of Finance. And after meeting her colleagues there at the Finance Ministry, she will then go to the President's House, where she is all set to seek the permission from the President's office to table the budget. Soon after that, then she will go to Parliament House, where the cabinet meet is also to take place at 10:15 a.m. And the cabinet is going to clear the budget first, and then the presentation of budget will take place at 11 o'clock. So these are the customary things. Those are followed every time. Before entering the Parliament also for the cabinet meet, she is going to show the tablet also through which she will be presenting the budget. Every time we see how she comes up with Bahi Khata, and that's the tradition which has been started by the NDA government also. So there are a series of steps which she's going to follow before presenting the budget. As far as this entire budget is concerned, the main focus would be outlining a roadmap for Viksit Bharat 2047 vision. Moreover, what we are learning is that FDI could be the prominent thing in this particular budget. Also, the focus would be on giving more tax relief to the common man. This is what the experts are also telling us. So a couple of minutes back, she has just left for Ministry of Finance. After reaching Ministry of Finance, she will hold a small meeting with officials and her colleagues, other MOS finance ministers, and then she will go to President House, then to Parliament House, where the budget would be cleared in the cabinet, and then
Piyush, you've been reporting about, and for so many years on this budget day. How different would you say that this budget day has been, specifically after the election results, that this budget has come in?
Well, Pooja, it's going to be very different because this time BJP will have to cater to the demands of its ally partners like JDU and TDP. Remember that JDU and TDP have been asking for special status for both Andhra Pradesh and Bihar states. But what we are learning is that this is not going to happen very soon. Though both the parties have so far adjusted with the special package. It's not special status, then give us a special package. This is what they have been demanding. They have raised this in all party meeting also. So while presenting the budget, we can expect Nirmala Sitharaman to give more focus on the states like Andhra Pradesh, on the states like Bihar. Also, there's a demand coming in from BJD, where the BJD is also asking for special status for the state of Odisha. So we can see that a few focus on the state of Odisha also, because BJP has just formed its government in the state of Odisha. So we can expect a major focus on these states, be it about Odisha, Andhra Pradesh or Bihar. But like you rightly mentioned, that it's going to be a different budget, because this time it's not Modi government, it's NDA government. We have seen how in the last two terms, BJP was very much emboldened with the fact that it has got a brute majority, but this time it has formed its government with the support of other allies. So it's very much imminent, and it will be seen also during the budget that Nirmala Sitharaman keeps more focus.
Piyush, stay on with me, because it's not just about, remember, the special status that you are telling us. The coalition partners in Odisha, in Bihar, in Andhra Pradesh will expect certain concessions, but also for Jammu and Kashmir, there's going to be expectations coming in. It's under the central government's rule, and that's also ahead of assembly elections, will also possibly find a mention in this budget. That's the visual on your screen. From 2019, the first budget speech that had come in. What started with a briefcase, now to a Bahi Khata. You're looking at how not only there's been a transformation from the briefcase to the Bahi Khata and then to digital, but even look at Nirmala Sitharaman. Dark hair to grey hair perhaps is reflective of the years of experience, wisdom, and the toll that this job often also takes. Remember, on you are banking the expectations of, there are hundreds of sectors. That's the first visual of Nirmala Sitharaman, dressed in a crisp white and red sari, Sakshi. Of course, not a word right now, but you tell me, I look at more about the political overtones here, about how it's a coalition, about the expectations of the partners and the opposition. She gets down, not reacting right now, a stoic silence, walks in. How much do you think, as a budget day, this day is crucial for the FM?
Absolutely, this is going to be crucial. It's going to be historic, because it is her 7th budget, a historic for any finance minister in India. Now, will this really meet the historic expectations that one can hope to get for the Indian economy, which is at the cusp of moving towards a developed economy, a Viksit Bharat that we are talking about, 2047. I think Anmol Bali is now with us from the Finance Ministry to get us all the live action. We've just seen Anmol, Finance Minister, walk into the North Block. What is the kind of mood around her? What were her expressions like? Does she look confident enough to deliver a prudent, a fiscally prudent, a growth-oriented budget this time around? Do tell us, what is the sense that you're getting?
Pooja, just few hours are left for the Modi 3.0 first budget, and as you can see in the visuals currently, I am here outside the Finance Ministry, and Nirmala Sitharaman, the Finance Minister, the man of the day, has just arrived here. She will be presenting budget just few hours after. It will be seen that around 11 a.m. she will be delivering the budget speech in the parliament, and there are various expectations by the experts on this issue. Some people are saying this budget will be for the Garib, Mahila, Yuva, Kisan, and various other experts are also predicting that this budget will have some relief for the taxpayers as well as relief for the private sector. More focus will be on infrastructure, more focus will be on the railways and the other areas like research. But I'll show you in the visuals outside the Finance Ministry, as you can see. And few minutes ago, Pankaj Chaudhary, MOS Finance, has also arrived here. And while talking to media while leaving his residence at the KG Marg, he has said this budget is Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas wala budget. And this is a national interest budget, Rashtra Hit ka budget. So from here, you can understand the vision of the government for the budget this year.
Absolutely.
Anmol, stay on with me, because these are the visuals coming in left from her residence. First stop is at the Ministry of Finance. This is where we are going to have the visual, the first visual before she enters into the parliament with that Bahi Khata, so to say. Of course, it's a protocol, it's a symbolism, it's a photo opportunity, but this has been a tradition as well. And what a fine tradition for a country. Remember, India, still a fairly young nation.
Yeah.
The manner in which it has been able to put down the colonial baggage and the new baggage that it's lifted it's interesting, Sakshi, isn't it? Because to have a vision for your country, that we have the kind of neighbor nations we have, and then to not only face all of that, but also to ensure that you're constantly progressing. And a lot of that is on the budget.
Absolutely. And Pooja, this time around, it'll be the first time that they will be facing internal pressures as well. Something that was not there for the last 10 years. They were comfortable. Modi government had a vision of their own. They spent the money on the country just the way they wanted to, wherever they wanted to. And largely for these last budgets that the government has presented, they have largely stayed away from any tilt towards populism. And that is what has been the saving grace for the country and the economy at large, which is why, despite problems like COVID-19, which were massive, unprecedented issues that occurred, our country and our economy is far more stable and in a better shape when you compare with the developed world and even compared to the other emerging markets as well. Now, whether this will change is the big question right now. Will the government continue to face flack on jobs, or will they really deliver this time around? Will they be able to appease to a large population, which is from the farmers' side, from the women's side, from the poor, from the youngsters as well, is going to be extremely important to watch. They have a big booty. They are comfortable. They have a large collection from direct, indirect taxes. They have this large booty from the Reserve Bank of India as well. What are they going to do? How are they going to be deploying all this fund, which can, on the one hand, propel the growth engine, and on the other, continue to appease to the larger public, so that they can continue to stay on for the next 5 years comfortably with the allies, and also probably look at a future beyond.
Sakshi, when we look at these visuals, we're talking about the record 7th budget that this has been after C.V. Deshmukh or Morarji Desai, all of that she has broken as glass ceilings. But the fact is, let's also remember the criticism that has come at her. It's been immense. And to be able to fight all of that, to have the confidence of Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who's after 1 year, every year, has given her that opportunity. And because it's finance, because it's budget, imagine the expectations on your shoulders compared to, I think, any other minister, any other portfolio, and that perhaps she's handled brilliantly, isn't it?
Yes.
You would know it better because
Absolutely.
you track these industries closely, but I think it's huge responsibility to manage year after year.
But this time around, she's a confident finance minister.
Why would you say that? Why do you think that's
because
happening?
the economy is in a firm footing. All the macroeconomic indicators, Pooja, are pointing out towards a comfortable, stable
True.
economy, and that is what was highlighted even in the economic survey that was presented just yesterday in the comments of the Chief Economic Advisor V. Anantha Nageshwaran, who constantly talked about, yes, we do face geopolitical pressures. Yes, we face pressures from outside, but our own story is intact. If we continue on the same path, which means that all the measures taken thus far have actually propelled the economy further, and therefore she's a comfortable and a confident finance minister today. But the only but is as far as the coalition pressures are concerned, which I believe if she manages to do well, we've actually seen on the Lok Sabha elections day, how the stock markets had crashed, Pooja.
Correct.
It was a sharp fall because there was a fear in the Indian economy and the stock markets that probably the government will not be a stable one. Probably there will be continued pressures from the allies.
And let's be very clear, whatever said and done, there have been a lot of ups and downs India has faced, but you're right, what a growth story. Even China, that's known to be a better, stronger economy, did face a lot of, the dips that happened in the past few years, specifically in economy, that even India had managed to retain a certain stability despite our population, despite the COVID pandemic. Europe and American economies have seen such a fall. And I think in that sense, India has managed to keep that stability. So fingers crossed on that. Let's, touch wood and fingers crossed, all of that when we talk of Indian economy, because remember, that's the benchmark, that's the backbone of how this country is run. I want to go across to Anmol Bali. Anmol, there is this tradition of halwa that is eaten by our policymakers because it's the start of anything good. That happens about 10 days before,
Yes,
I think, Sakshi.
a week before is when it happens.
I hope we also get some halwa, like people
Right
get
after
some
the budget is
after the
presented.
budget. I also want to enjoy some halwa with some good news. But what do you think? Like Sakshi and I have been discussing, Anmol, there will be a certain coalition pressure. There will be the opposition pressure. And the government has to take that all in consideration. It cannot ignore that.
Pooja, recently it was seen that MOS Finance Pankaj Chaudhary has just denied that Bihar could not get the special status, and it was seen that
Yes.
as the government 3.0 government formed due to the seats given by the coalition partners like Chandrababu Naidu's party and JDU in Bihar, and they have clearly their leaders were clearly saying that from the very first day that since the Modi 3.0 government came to power that they need the special status. But yes, this will be the very first time that Modi government is going to present a budget where their party is a coalition under the NDA, not by the Bharatiya Janata Party, and various experts are expecting that various other sectors like railway, retail, manufacturing, technology, mobile technology will be more focused for the more job-oriented growth, because it was seen that later various of the researchers have said that Indian economy is a jobless, growing economy, but now the government is going to more focus on more job-oriented economy, and their main focus. And in this budget, Nirmala Sitharaman is also going to break one record, because in past Morarji Desai, who has presented around 5 annual budget, one interim budget, holded record of consecutive presenting the budget, but now Nirmala Sitharaman, the Finance Minister of India, will be presenting her 7th budget, consecutive as well as the interim. So she'll be also breaking the record, but now the more focus, according to experts and sources, will be on the technology, on the retail sector, on the green energy, on the EV sector, and various other sectors.
Right, like you're rightly pointing out, Anmol, if you're looking at 2047 vision, we have to also look at different sectors collectively. There has to be the agricultural sector, but there's also be the industries, the highways that in many ways will connect India to the larger world. Karishma also continues to be with us. Sakshi, would you want to take a question from Karishma?
Absolutely, Karishma. You know, the one thing that the government has actually not met expectations in the previous budgets is as far as the disinvestment target is concerned. What is the expectation this time around? I remember having a conversation with you, about 10 days ago, where you did highlight that this entire space could be done away with in the new budget. Is that still the status?
Sakshi, the expectation is to not have an expectation on disinvestment, because formally, officially, the government has done away with the fact that they are going to have a disinvestment target, because as announced in the last interim budget, they've decided that disinvestment is going to be under the miscellaneous non-capital receipts, and no more it's going to be a game of targets, which means that government is slightly skeptical on how this policy, this reform has turned out. Now the fact that they have set a 51,000 crore target for this year, that is FY25, will include not only just what they get from the sale receipts, but also dividends and also from the asset monetization, which now makes it easy for them, because they will not be critically checked upon the fact that they've not completed their target. But what is on the pipeline is the IDBI bank disinvestment, which apparently may take some pace this financial year. Now, if that takes pace, then it's about 26,000 crore directly in government's kitty, which will make up to all the targets that they've not fulfilled in the last 3 to 4 years. So while disinvestment is important, we need to definitely oblige the fact that government is trying to go light on it now.
All right, interesting. Karishma, keep us updated with all that's unfolding. Anmol Bali is also at the parliament. And through the day, it's going to be constant updates, top perspectives, top newsmakers, only on India Today. The visual of Nirmala Sitharaman to come out in just a short while. Sakshi, it's going to be a big day. And throughout the day, you can catch Sakshi and all our colleagues at Business Today, digital live stream as well. Sakshi, do you think it's going to be a lot of expectations as we now head into a brief break and return with Rahul Kawal and Rajdeep Sardesai?
Absolutely, Pooja. And you know that 9 a.m. is when the stock markets will open with a lot of hopes this time around. At least no bad news should come in. That should not falter the kind of pre-budget rally that we've been seeing. Record high moves on the stock markets. Just like how you're pointing out and we are flashing on your screens, it's going to be Nifty Nation, all of those things.
And Naukri.
And Naukri as well. That's going to be extremely important. Yes. And that is something that we will continue to get you live on India Today and on Business Today television. Stay tuned, viewers.
believes in training students in independent and critical thinking so they can better analyze the world around them. The training at the ITMI is rigorous and multimedia with an aim to provide top-notch media professionals.
Register now at www.indiatodaymediainstitute.in or call on 9560065465. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
By LIC जिंदगी के साथ भी जिंदगी के बाद भी co-powered by new Seltos with Kia Connect. Tech is now badass.
Voice is gut. once again, this time to the first budget of Narendra Modi's led NDA 3.0, which is being pitched by some as Bharat Ka Budget 3.0. A slice of history is being created. Nirmala Sitharaman will become the first finance minister since Morarji Desai to deliver 7 consecutive budgets. So plenty to look forward to, a budget that could chart the path to the future of the Narendra Modi government's economic policy.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi said yesterday that the budget that comes out this morning will set the tone of economic decision making for the next 5 years and the template for his idea of a Viksit Bharat, a developed India by 2047. So, in terms of symbolism, a lot at stake in terms of the moves the government makes. And remember, Rajdeep, the results in the general election provide the political context for this budget. Will Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman be under populist pressure to do more for the Aam Aadmi, more for the middle class? She was very, very careful in the budget before the elections and has been, as far as the track record of this government is concerned. Will there be more populist pressures on the budget this morning? So we'll take a very quick look at that.
That's interesting the way you're putting it, because in February, when the interim budget was there, this was a budget in the shadow of the general election. And we came out of the budget thinking that this was a finance minister who didn't want to tinker at all, unlike in 2019, because then the BJP thought that they were in trouble. And therefore, you needed the Kisan Samman Nidhi, you needed to make proactive welfare measure. This time, the government thought the election was a done deal. Let's be honest. So let's not tinker.
The results in the assembly elections in winter lulled the government into economic complacency, where they thought people are loving what's happening and that there is no need for major populist measures. However, the results have now given a new context, and very clearly the effort will be on boosting consumption, trying to revive investment and pushing growth. What are the different tools the finance minister chooses to implement to achieve these triple objectives? To talk about that, let me introduce you to our fantastic panel joining us in the studios. I want to start by introducing Saurav Majumdar, editor at Business Today magazine. Saurav, morning, welcome. Flanking her, we've got Puneeta Sinha, very sharp equity market analyst. She also is tracking what's happening in the macroeconomy. Thank you very much, ma'am, for joining us. To my left is Siddharth Zarabi, managing editor at Business Today Television. Siddharth, welcome. And we've got Harsh Madhusudan Gupta, who's a super sharp business analyst and author. So we've got a very good panel to take a very sharp look at the numbers and try and make sense of them in real time for you. And as always, we'll have the budget intelligence dashboard to put this in context using data and analytics of a kind you won't see on any other network television. Yes, Rashid.
You know, I must confess, I told this to Saurav before we started the show. It's the one day in a way I dread.
Why?
Look, the fact is I was an economics graduate, and I've often wondered how did I ever become an economics graduate? Because I've struggled over the years to make sense. It's the likes of Siddharth who have guided me to understand what a budget is all about. And often,
but economics is a lot more fun.
Yeah,
so many would argue economics is more fun and there's more logic, and you tend to get your data slightly less wrong than you would in an election. You can't, the swings can't be as wide. But anyway, they'll get
hopefully the economists won't go as wrong as the psephologists did. But the thing is that, interestingly, and this is something you can throw to the panel, is budget expectations when they're low often deliver much better budgets. Then when budget expectations are high, then everybody gets caught in this dream budget, game changer budget. I'm glad that I haven't seen too many of those headlines.
But that's not Nirmala Sitharaman's style. And neither is it the Prime Minister's desire. They want to keep it low-key.
Well, which is
she's very conservative.
Because, you know,
there's no reckless spending so far.
Would I be right in saying that budget expectations, Siddharth Zarabi, have been kept low consciously this time? Or is it, as Rahul says, the style of Nirmala Sitharaman?
Well, that's the style of Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Some of the biggest announcements for the economy have happened outside of budgets. The big corporate tax rate cut in 2019 happened outside of budget. Some of the very massive infrastructure schemes have been outlined and spoken of outside the budget.
Demonetization happened
outside the budget. The key thing really is, if you ask me what is my expectation, I'm looking forward to how this budget tells us about how the Narendra Modi government, the third term, is approaching what will be a very long cycle of growth ahead for India. People are saying 25 years of growth, and therefore, at this stage, Viksit Bharat agenda, Amrit Kal, requires a long-term vision of how we will get to that target.
Now, also defining what does Amrit Kal actually mean in terms of how you will measure whether you are developed or not? There are different ways
things for different
people. So the government needs to at some point in time outline that and whether that is actually laid out in terms of how we will measure whether we're actually now an advanced economy.
Just very small point. It means Amrit Kal means different things to different people. A jobless youth is looking at a different kind of Amrit Kal. 3/4 of India's workforce is in the informal sector. In the last 10 years, without doubt, you go through data, that informal sector has suffered a series of shocks. It has also been helped by the government in response. I think the biggest vision statement that should ideally come from is, what does this government, which has pushed for formalization, for reducing cash in the economy, what is its vision for this informal sector, which contributes a bulk of jobs for India's youth?
Okay, I want to get in a word from our reporters. Karishma Asudani joins us from right outside the Finance Ministry, which is where Nirmala Sitharaman is at this moment. Karishma, from your sources in the Finance Ministry, what are you picking up about the different pulls and pressures that have been at play in the build-up to the budget and the expectations those within government have from the Finance Minister when she steps up to present her record 7th successive budget?
Rahul, continuity is the main idea behind this budget, and this is what the budget makers have been vocal about for the last 5 to 6 years, that they're going to maintain policy continuity along the fiscal consolidation path. If you see the numbers, 5.1% is the fiscal deficit target that they have set. Sources hint us that this could further go below to about 4.9 to 5%, which will be big, because this is something the credit rating agencies have been not been able to accept, about India setting big numbers and close fiscal deficit numbers. Now, the ECHO survey also talked about a decent conservative growth target of 6.5 to 7%, which means that government is ready to see a big bang number after the year ends. So today's budget could be probably a vision to this, that they're going to stay low, but they're going to make big announcement. But what's going to matter the most is the Andhra and Bihar flavor that could actually add to this whole recipe of revised budget.
Now, one, of course, is the obsession and the focus on the fiscal deficit numbers, which the government's been very careful about, and that's helped in bond inflows from abroad. But sort of there's also political pressure now, because the RBI has given to the government higher dividend than was originally expected. So the government has some extra elbow room in terms of being able to make more capital expenditure. The question is, where do you spend that money? Do you spend it on social sector schemes? Do you spend it on infrastructure? Or do you try and introduce some labor-related incentives? You know, it's been called the employment-linked incentives. Bring some ELIs on the lines of production-linked incentives so that if you create employment, you get incentives.
Well, Rahul, I think it's very important that she has to do this deft balancing act. On one hand, she has been actually given that 2.11 lakh crore bonanza by the Reserve Bank of India. I think what I expect is that there will be a balance between infrastructure spends and spends on welfare, because she has that little elbow room right now. So revenue expenditure, in my view, will be a little bit, she will have that little bit of flexibility to look at some of these areas where welfare spending, and therefore, remember, we talked about a consumption conundrum. Now, the rural distress, the consumption demand has to be pepped up. And if you look at yesterday's, I would say it's a bold economic survey which was put out. They have talked about jobs. They have talked about, that whole construct which needs to be done between private sector, government and the states. Everybody together has to be pumping it up. So I think this time she will have a little bit of leeway to look at welfare spending in a bit, which will also, which is aimed at boosting demand and ameliorating
Punita, your expectations. What is it that you're looking forward to? Am I right in saying that for once the mood is a little bit more tempered?
Well, first of all, if you look historically, they've either been pre-budget rallies and post-market corrections, or pre-budget corrections and post-market rallies. So this time around, I'm noticing a little bit of the pre-budget correction. So market mood is a little tepid. The waiting and watching what more can happen, because there's already been a lot that's been given to the market participants.
What is it that they're looking for?
No, but can I point something out? Remember, the SEBI chairperson, Madhuri Puri Buch, the RBI multiple regulators, including the finance ministry and in the economic survey, they've spoken of gambling instinct. The fact that a lot of retail investors are participating in speculative trading through derivatives. And this is something the government and regulators now seem to be concerned about. Harsh Madhusudan Gupta, are you concerned that given that everyone's speaking about it, there's now an echo system that can be heard saying this is dangerous, we need to clamp down? 9 out of 10 of these retail investors indulging in speculative trades are losing money, we need to step in and help out. Is that the government's likely instinct, or they'll have a more Gujarati, let them burn their fingers, they learn their way, and akal khud tikane aayegi?
I'm not sure what's Gujarati about that, but
No, but because that's like, I'll tell you why I'm saying it. That's like more free enterprise, which
Right.
would be one impulse. One is a Gujarati free enterprise
Right.
mindset. The other is a nanny mindset, which says, no, put laws, put taxes. Those are live pictures of Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman out holding the budget papers for the first time, along with the Minister of State for Finance, Pankaj Chaudhary, and her team surrounding her right behind. But please go on and explain.
Yes, I think on the FNO derivatives trading side, the issue is more on the short term. For example, weekly options were introduced relatively recently, and most of the increase in volumes is on de facto zero-day expiry. Basically, things which are genuinely close to gambling as opposed to taking a long-term speculative view or a hedging view. So I think the government will try to do something with taxes or regulations, not just in the budget, but SEBI separately on that. However, it must be said that all anxieties, as you said, about any particular instrument should not just be a moral anxiety. It should be an empirical, rigorously defined anxiety about that particular thing. And I think right now consultations are happening. The government is unlikely to do something very draconian, but maybe just tilt the balance using taxes. And SEBI separately might do something on the short
Purita
term.
Sinha, what do you think makes sense? If there is some kind of an announcement in the budget, like in the previous instance, we saw the government clamp down on cryptocurrencies, to what extent could that temper the enthusiasm we've seen in the markets?
Well, first of all, I don't think dealing with options is a finance ministry issue, and they shouldn't really be discussing that in the budget. It's a SEBI regulatory issue. And yes, there is a lot of speculation, and we've seen that in the early days of any markets. In the 90s, Asia, Korea, Taiwan, all of these, it was very commonly known that the women were like becoming day traders. And now we're seeing some of that happen in India. Like everybody, even doctors are now trading and doing their work part-time. So a lot of people are making a lot of money.
Or losing money.
And FNO, frankly, is different than long-term investing. It's very different. It requires technical market analysis skills that most people are not trained for. So I think more education would be helpful, but clamping down is not the right way to allow free market to operate.
So Rajiv Kumar's been involved with the government in the Niti Aayog, understands the thinking within the government as we see these images. Rajiv ji, your best understanding of the government's impulse on this. One is, let them burn their fingers. They will learn their ways. They'll pull back. The other is, no, these youngsters are losing too much money. We must step in and protect them.
But Rahul, I can't see how the government can step in and protect them. That's the issue. The budget is not an instrument to do that at all. There's no way to do that. So what you need to do is what the economic survey is doing already, which is to sound out these warnings. To get, as Punita said, to get the education going. And education is not necessarily in classrooms. Education is about leading economists and policymakers saying that retail investment is about long-term holdings and FNO is not your option. And that's enough.
The interesting thing is you've got Subhash Garg there, who's been involved in multiple budget-making exercises. He's shaking his head vigorously and disagreeing with the conversation so far. Yes?
The government is very much against the instinctive gambling and the gaming kind of thing. You saw how the government dealt with the online gaming and the real money game. What is happening in the FNO market now is very close to that gaming which is going on. And the government, how did the government dealt with it, that online gaming? By tweaking the tax regime. They made that every stake you play is taxable and raise the tax rates. Online, the FNO has one of the lowest taxation rates currently. If the government wants to actually bust this, it can very easily do by bringing an appropriate tax regime.
Okay, so what we'll do is,
Rahul,
yes,
a transaction tax is not the best tax in the world. The security transactions tax has been imposed. You can raise it a wee bit if you like, There is no way that you can stop or prevent people trading by that marginal play on that security transaction tax. This is what you need is a much
But the government
bigger...
has used tax as a hammer in the case of cryptocurrencies, and therefore that potential fear from the perspective of youngsters who are indulging in FNO activities would exist. But the fact also is that 9 out of 10 of these day traders are losing money. So that's also a fact. Okay, so what I want to do is I want to kick the budget intelligence dashboard into action. What we'll do, like we did during the elections, is that we'll load this in with live numbers, update it as the budget papers are presented, so you'll have a sense of what's really changed in terms of allocations. I'll start with a look at how the markets are doing. They've been at record highs, and there's been a build-up which is sustained, leading to questions, Punita, about whether the markets now are overpriced and whether, because of the current price-earning ratios, we're heading towards a scenario where some kind of correction is only inevitable. The stock markets have run way more than what the logical prices would be.
Well, definitely the market valuations in India have been high now for over a year. So it's not like anything to do with the budget. In fact, there's been a little bit more of a tempering in the mood after the elections. And also what is happening in the global markets. What's happening in the US is preoccupying a lot of investors with what's happening in the presidential election. So it is not just India specific, but globally there has been a little bit of pullback from the really overly optimistic market scenario that we've had last year. I think the earnings have come in pretty good. So that's not a concern. The corporate sector is healthy. Really, only what we need to focus is on valuations, and the market is priced for perfection. So any negative news today will not go down well at all, just like we saw on the election day. Okay. So that's what we need.
Let's focus on consumption, because that's something that the build up to the budget has seen a lot of conversation around. And I'm looking currently at private consumption expenditure, which has in financial year 24 grown only on a year-on-year basis by 4%. In FY22, it grew at 11.7%, also aided by a low base effect because it had gone into negative territory in financial year 21, but is currently growing at only 4%. If I look at FMCG sales, and we've seen a lot of companies in the investor calls, analyst calls, talk about how, especially in rural areas, they haven't seen as much consumption and demand as they would have expected. In financial year 23, food and agro-based product sales grew year on year only at 8.3%. In FY22, they grew at 21.2%. Subhash Garg, how much of a concern is this for budget makers at this moment? There's been a lot of talk during the election, the opposition's hitting on this, that there is rural distress, that there is income inequality, the rich are getting richer, the poorer don't have money to be able to spend. And how do you think the government and the finance minister could possibly attempt to fix this?
I think this is the biggest Achilles heel for the government. 5 years consumption growth is 4.5%, the Modi 2.0. And as you pointed out in the last year, 23-24 also, when the GDP was growing at 8.2%, the consumption was hardly 4% plus. This is a real concern. I think the government should recognize and go into the reasons why this is so.
What can the finance minister do?
That's a difficult call, but what you can do is, number one, spend more on improving the consumption of the poor. You do some schemes, if you can realign
like
them
what?
better. You do
more handouts. One of the ideas is increase Kisan Nidhi from 6,000 rupees to 8,000 rupees.
So that is one segment, which is largely 75 to 80% of India's population, which is consuming less. Then middle class is also consuming less. It's investing in housing and others, but it's consuming relatively less because it has stress on the higher personal tax payments, etc. Can you put some little more money into the hands of the middle class?
Saurav, you had a cover story on the consumption conundrum. Briefly explain to our viewers tuning in right now what Business Today found in that cover story on how corporates had an empty basket and that consumption wasn't growing in the way that they would have thought, and what this reflects about the larger economy.
Yes, I think that's the key issue, like Mr. Garg said, which this budget will hope to address. Because the FMCG companies, just to take one element, you are seeing at the higher end, demand is all right. But at the lower end, at the middle end, there is a definitely stress in terms of demand, which is why we call it a conundrum. While top end is working well, luxury cars, luxury housing, and all of that, there is stress at the bottom. What needs to be done really is to put more money in the hands of the middle class and the rural, the distress has to be addressed.
But Siddharth, does the government acknowledge that there is a consumption issue? Because a lot of data points are being cited to suggest that no, rural consumption isn't down in the way that some of these economists and analysts are suggesting. And secondly, what do you think the government could do to boost consumption?
So on the first part of your question, when we speak to people, policy makers, they point out that you have to discount 2.5 years of COVID from 2019 till 2024 and use that as a peg to say that something went different in the economy. Savings built up during the COVID period because most of us didn't have occasion and opportunity to spend. Once COVID got lifted, that money went out in droves. There was another, I would say, a sociological phenomenon where young people using technology said that a fixed deposit is far too boring for their interest. They instead went to mutual funds or direct equity investing, and within direct equity investing, Harsh made that point, went into the riskiest because their risk appetite is the most when you're 21, 22 years and making money initially. I think the consumption issue is also to be dealt with by recognizing the fact that prices have gone up. One of India's largest FMCG companies, Dabur, had to actually cut prices and then its rural demand went up. Take Godrej, for example. I can go through a list of and look at what has happened to prices across sectors. Saurav will bear me out on this. Automobiles. Average 40% increase over the past 2 years because input costs have gone up. China disruption. So if all of that is happening to corporates, wage growth has not gone up so much for the average person. And if net job creation at a higher consumption end is not growing that fast, how will consumption happen? And therefore, to expect so much from the budget is perhaps wrong. And just one last point, Rajdeep. Are we therefore saying that should companies be forced to lower prices? Are we going back to a command control economy? No. So it's a very difficult point.
We are now 3 years from from COVID. You see, government policy makers have, you're right, suggested that those 2 years effectively changed people's sort of consumption, saving habits, affected people psychologically. But now 2 years on, you can't turn back and say what happened in 2020 to 2021 is reflecting in the slowdown in consumption. So now the government has to look ahead.
So Rajdeep, I started on your show today to say that what is most important is a 5-year roadmap, if not a 25-year roadmap, because you can't refer to the past to expand on present policy. Present policy requires future steps, and that is what is, I think, the most important part of the budget.
So in the interest of time, I don't want to get stuck on just one aspect of the budget. I want to move the needle now to investment. I want to take you through what the data is saying and then try and understand from our pundits of what can be done by the government. So here's gross fixed capital formation. How much money is being pumped into capital formation? So it's used as investment. Now, this has been a flat line. If you see in FY22, it was 33.4%. It stays relatively flat. In FY25, the forecast is 33.2%. Typically, when corporate taxes were reduced, the government would have expected that India Inc. will invest more in the India story. There are some signs of uptick, Rajiv Kumar, but not in the way policymakers would like. Now, through her conversations at different industry chambers, she's been nudging industry to invest more. That hasn't helped in the way the government would want, because once industry invests, jobs get created. In this budget, what do you think the government can do potentially to spur investment?
Investment is an aggregate demand problem. You've got to increase the aggregate demand in the economy for the capacity utilization to be.
So I'll show that.
And therefore, the investment will follow. So investment will not follow.
No, so I'll show the data for capacity utilization. I'm just trying to de-jargonize to the extent possible for our viewers. Now, what you're seeing here is capacity utilization of all the units of production. At what percentage do industry titans feel the need to start investing in fresh capacity? The general theory is when capacity utilization comes into the mid-70s, that is when industry starts investing in new production capacity. Now, the interesting thing here is capacity utilization has been in the mid-70s for a very long time. from March 22, if you look at where capacity utilization has been, it's been in the mid 70s. For December 23, it was 74.7%. So it's been said, Harsh, yes.
Capacity utilization has to nudge 80% and above before.
So why is the needle not moving then?
The needle is not moving because the demand is not there. And the demand is not there because the consumption is not there. Consumption is not increasing because people's permanent income hypothesis, their expectation of continuity in their jobs is not there. So what you need to do is ultimately to crack the employment conundrum, not the consumption conundrum. Because the consumption
How do you crack the employment conundrum? That's much easier said than done because there are other trends at play. Artificial intelligence, some of these service type export jobs now being under threat and pressure. So how should the government deal with the employment conundrum?
An issue, especially I would say the last 18 months or so, has been a relative macro tightness. So for example, right now, the RBI short-term rate is 650 basis points. Core inflation is 300 odd basis points. You know, the deflator in FY24 was 1% or so. It's just that the food price inflation are high, which is a large component of CPI. And the CPI, the way it is measured as on 2012 weights. The government has just announced in the economic survey, it will redo the CPI weights with the base year of 2024. And all surveys show that food consumption as a percentage of the average Indian's basket has gone down. So what is happening is we have old data. That old data is leading to policy making, whereas the deflator and the WPI itself will get converted into a PPI, what is known as a double deflator. Basically, we have a very high real inflation-adjusted interest rates in India, which was needed for FY23, but in FY24, it has been a bit overdone. Now, maybe we don't say that openly, but we are basically waiting for the Fed to cut interest rates.
Even the member of the Monetary Policy Committee, Jayant Verma, has sort of said very clearly that we are now got...
Ashima Goel as well. Two people dissented.
You know, have said that now we have very high real interest rates, you know, when you deflate them by the real inflation. That's one policy issue that you can tackle. The other one is to somehow, and there are various measures to actually lower the real interest rate for the unorganized sector, you know, which is still borrowing at 3% a month.
Yes.
You know, and that has to be done.
You know, in 2018, when
the Mudra loans were, you know, point to it, but you have to go deeper into the Mudra loan and say, what has happened to it? You know, how much of it is gone? What is the unit size of that Mudra loan? Can it create capacity or is it just used for working capital?
Just very quickly, in 2018, when CPI was actually very low and core CPI was high.
Once again, I must tell all our guests that when you say consumer price index, etc., please explain what you're trying to say, so we don't lose our viewers.
Okay, this is India today. It's not business today. So let me just say that inflation was very low in 2018. Then core inflation was high. The opposite of what is today.
Can I just show that? Because that's why I love the budget intelligence dashboard. We can actually look at what's being said. Otherwise, this is just talk which doesn't really register in the way that it should. So I'll take a look first at consumer price index. Now, this is suggesting how much the consumers are having to pay more relative to the past. So the forecast for financial year 25 is that the consumer price index would be at 4.3%. That would be the increase. Now, I want to look at food inflation, which is what was mentioned just now. If you look at food inflation, this is the year-on-year change. Food inflation is much higher at 7.49. So the point that Harsh is making is that your core inflation is lesser, your food inflation is higher. And now what the economic survey is speaking about is that keep food inflation aside, look at core inflation rather than looking at food inflation. But the problem is it's food inflation that impacts the Aam Aadmi the most, and that's something which at this moment is going up. And the government, I must explain, has a second challenge to deal with. The moment you clamp down on food inflation, you typically make it unremunerative for farmers. Now we've already seen whether it's onion farmers in Maharashtra, whether it is paddy, you want for farmers to be able to export because that's how they earn money. You keep clamping down on every money-making opportunity for farmers. That's not good either.
800 million people are getting subsidized almost free food grains. Unfortunately, that does not reflect in the inflation data. Yes. So what is happening is the government is spending on the fisc, but it is not benefiting on the monetary side the way the data is structured. So the 800 million people getting almost free food.
Subhash Garg disagrees, but the problem with some of these arguments is that the data has been calculated the same way for many years. You're supposed to move the needle with the data in the way that it's been calculated. Because the data is not delivering the results you want, you then start questioning the way the data is calculated, which is not to say it's an unreasonable question, but move the needle in the way the data has always been calculated because that's your baseline. But yes, Subhash Garg.
No, that's, I think it's partially not correct. Actually, the cereal prices, which is what basically the food grains are, in the FPS system, that element is actually calculated into the food index. So to what you see today, food price index going up, is because the remaining consumption
Mostly
of
vegetables.
cereals. No, even cereals.
Yes.
Even cereals, because the remaining cereal.
But the
which is
subsidies are not
market-
fully reflected in
No,
the
no, no. There is a weight which is assigned to how much is subsidized food and how much
Yeah.
is non-subsidized food.
Yes. That weight has not been updated.
The non-subsidized food actually is rising much sharper.
Yes. Yes.
And you see the wheat prices in the market.
Yeah.
What is happening today? Because there is a undercurrent in the economy that the production number of wheat, which is being touted about, are actually not the case.
Okay.
Despite the export
I just wanted to add that we are very focused on food inflation in India and making it like an India-centric problem, but it is actually a global problem. So it is not necessarily that our policies are causing food inflation. There's a supply side issue across the world.
The global food prices are on the decline in last 1.5 years. They went up very sharply in 22-23, 21-22 and 22-23, but now they're back. The latest index is about 106% only.
But not at the consumer level. The consumer is still not seeing the lower prices.
Ukraine, the wheat disturbance which took place has now settled down.
Actually, the economic survey has a beautiful chart to show that all commodity prices actually are in the decline.
Exactly, the economic survey.
But one of the points which was mentioned,
that benefits should be passed on to the consumer. And the point is that we focus too much on the food prices, as far as I'm concerned. I mean, there are also the fuel prices, the headline inflation. Why isn't the lower commodity prices being passed on?
But you see, as Rahul said at the outset, there is a context to this budget. This budget comes against the backdrop of a below par performance in the elections. Right? Like, whichever way you stand, the government clearly was blindsided by what happened in the election results. Now you've got 3 states coming up between October and December. You can add Jammu and Kashmir, which this government needs to win at least 2 out of the 3. Because the moment you lose 2 out of 3 state elections, then you are seriously even in political trouble. So there is a context. You look at the Maharashtra budget that came out earlier this month. There were handouts after handouts, none of which anyone described as revenue.
And Rati, in India, the inflation narrative is basically the food narrative, food inflation.
So therefore, I said that in the context of an election. Because you've got an election coming up, this government cannot risk in the next few months food inflation in any way remaining where it is. They need to do something to try and give a sense at least that, look, we've got the economy under control. Because otherwise, in a state like Maharashtra,
but it's not that simple, Rajdeep. It's not that simple because the government through policy can clamp down on food inflation. But if that impacts onion exports in your state of Maharashtra, for example, that creates its own political backlash. So it's all political, yes, but that has its own counter backlash.
No, I was just saying in the context, Punita saying it's global. Yes, it's global, but we are a country where there are elections every few months. So every government tends to have one eye on what am I going to do to send out a message to my voters.
This inflation conundrum of what is called the top, the tomatoes, onion, potatoes, etc., has been tackled in the past by higher imports, and which the government has done in the past, because ultimately it is the supply-demand situation, and all of these are traded products, and the government can take that step
on
now.
Wheat and rice. You have actually completely banned exports.
No,
in wheat for last 2 years.
My point was the RBI need not make interest rates based on food inflation.
Yes. So
that was
which is a fair point.
Cereals, our domestic consumption is actually about 80-85% of our production. And despite that, 2 years back, the government was so comfortable that it allowed the ethanol making from the wheat kind of thing. And today, you have banned exports. You have disallowed ethanol, etc., and yet the wheat prices are going up.
Well, you see, it was the banning of onion exports in North Maharashtra which cost the government badly. In that
the economic survey speaks about it. That when there is an opportunity for farmers, don't clamp down on it, don't come down on exports. Okay, I want to look at growth, and we look at growth in 2 ways. We look at how the Indian economy is growing, and then we'll place the Indian economy in a global context. So here is the GDP growth forecast which came out yesterday between 6.5 and 7%. So the forecast is at about 6.8% for financial year 25, which is this year. Last year, the economy grew at 8.2%. This would lead to conversation around over whether relative to last year, the economy is gradually slowing down. Obviously, and I just want to show the global context, everything, and the economic survey talks about this again and again, that everything is global. Yes, from last year, you're a little down, but if you look at what's happening in other countries, India is growing at 6.8%. The United States is growing at 2.7%. All of Europe taken together is growing at 1.4%. The United Kingdom only at 0.5%. Japan at less than 1%. The mighty Chinese economy at 4.6%. So relative to other economies, the Indian economy is still doing very well. Rajiv Kumar.
Yeah, but that's true. The Indian economy is doing very well. It's probably be maybe even 7% in FY25. The question, however, is that sufficient? I think if you stayed it at 7%, you are doing very well.
You know, something that we see, Rajdeep, because you spoke of politics, the financial impulse of this government is very different from the political impulse. And I'll explain how. In the election season, they said, "Ab ki baar 400 par." So aim for the moon, and then let's see where you end up. In the budget context, you know, even the IMF is saying India will grow at 7%. They could have taken a more aggressive target. What they're saying instead is 6.5 to 7. So explain that, Harsh, that the financial target setting impulse is one based on conservatism. The political target setting impulse is hit it out of the park and 400 par.
Under Nirmala Sitharaman, almost all budgets targets have been historically very conservative targets. The government is happy to surpass them. You're absolutely right in terms of setting expectations. So, for example, last year also they were expecting around 7% GDP growth rate. We ended up having 8.2. In terms of tax buoyancy and nominal GDP growth rate also, they've historically sent very conservative numbers.
Why do they do that, Subhash Garg?
No, I think this is partly correct. The change took place in 21-22. If you go back to the first 3 years, the target setting was actually very high. Look at the disinvestment targets, 2 lakh crore kind of things in first 3 years. Look at the GDP target. The economic survey has a picture that in 21-22, it was 11%, which was missed out very badly. So first 3 years, it's not true that for all 5 years they have set. I think they learned the lesson very well, that it doesn't make sense to over-project and then underperform.
So they've learned the lesson economically. Have they learned the same lesson politically? That will be very interesting. No, because Subhash Garg spoke of disinvestment. I want to take a moment to show the disinvestment numbers to our viewers. Now, it's very interesting how not just is the achievement coming down, the target setting itself has come down dramatically. For example, in financial year 21, the union government in the budget set a disinvestment target of 1.2 lakh crore rupees. They achieved only 27% of that. So it was a very poor achievement in terms of the targets that were set. In financial year 22, the target itself came down to 78,000 crore rupees, out of which they achieved even lesser, only 17%. In financial year 23, the target was reduced even further to 50,000 crore rupees. Then they achieved 71. So obviously your target achievement improves when your target itself comes down. In FY24, the target was only 30,000 crore rupees, out of which 55% was achieved. Why is this happening?
No, this is revised estimates. These are not budget estimates. Budget estimates are much higher, 2 lakh, 1.75 and 1.65 in 3 years.
Harsh, is the government losing the appetite to want to disinvest?
I think there has been a philosophy change. The government is not looking only in terms of disinvestment proceeds. The government is looking in terms of maximizing PSU, PSB, listed and unlisted wealth. So the aim is not in a cash accrual sense, how much money comes to the treasury by selling a percentage.
Look at Rajiv Kumar Singh is very disappointed.
I would disagree there because look at the price of the PSU stocks. The PSU stocks have gone up. They're giving capital gains. They're giving dividends to the government.
No, but that's like changing the benchmark. When Prime Minister Narendra Modi, as Chief Minister, came to the India Today conclave, he said, government has no business of being in business. Yes, I want to run a small, tight government. I don't want to be running these ineffective
even in Gujarat, the
PSUs. You see, the fact is,
even in Gujarat, the state
look at Mr. Modi's track record in Gujarat.
Exactly.
Please show me what makes you believe that Mr. Modi is someone who was going to come in 2014 and be a Margaret Thatcher.
No, but he said he wanted to do it. He said he wanted to do it.
He may say, you see,
making PSUs autonomous is also a reform. See, try to understand that it's not just selling or not selling. If you have the PSUs run more professionally, more autonomously, their market value goes up. That also is
The
a reform.
IS officer next to you is now smiling when you say that PSUs are working more autonomously.
Yes, compared to earlier they are.
Sorry?
Compared to earlier they are.
Yes.
Can be run professionally. Look at any ministry, the way they would deal with the PSUs. Look at power, look at oil. What is the oil ministry's autonomy? The oil prices have been stopped from being market related. For last 1 year, we have no money.
Talking about compared
Rajiv
to
Kumar wants to
overall
come in and
earlier.
express his disappointment. He's disagreeing very strongly with what Harsh is saying.
The market disagrees. The market
Getting
says.
dividends out of PSUs is chicken feed.
Exactly.
What you really need to get is cash, and dollops of it. And we, Niti Aayog, had prepared a whole list of asset monetization and public sector privatization. The talk has disappeared.
See
And
that
that's
on
the-
IDBI Bank, do you
that's
think
the
the
way to
government will
reduce the
push ahead, or
public
are they just losing their appetite? Because remember, this plays out in a political context when the opposition starts saying the government wants to sell these government PSUs because they want to end reservation. When it's in private hands, then there is no reservation, and therefore there's a political argument as well.
Rahul, the time to take some of these big ticket decisions is past politically.
Really?
I don't think that politically the environment is conducive to go for something that will, like you said, get the opposition all fired up in parliament. It's a disappointment, Doctor. I agree with you. But the political
we are
reality
going back
is...
to the socialist.
No, but isn't Siddharth, isn't it the other way around? That actually, when you are politically hemmed in, compared to what this is your opportunity.
For IDBI Bank, Rajdeep, the government did make serious attempts.
Okay.
It's been going back and forth for 2 years. Let's not take that one example, but let me throw another one at you. After Air India, had anyone thought Air India will be divested? Prime Minister Narendra Modi's government did that. The question is, can it do it for Bharat Sanchar Nigam Limited? Should it do it for Bharat Sanchar Nigam Limited?
You're taking a wrong example.
No, but that's the wrong example. No, BSNL is the wrong example. But there are,
Why is it a wrong example?
no, because you want, given the duopoly that's being created, you want to have one government player so that prices don't run away in the way
not just the
that two
prices.
players could.
Not just the
Rahul,
prices.
BSNL is not setting the price in telecom.
It's not the
That's
prices at all.
No,
It's a 7.5% share in the market, basically
But
2G kind
the
of thing.
telecom minister
That's absolutely lie.
The telecom minister has taken the view that BSNL is required for strategic and security
What
reasons.
is the strategic reason?
No, on the
That
China
the
border, where do
government-
these
that the
private
government
companies
should
go
have
and
its own
invest?
But why the people should have that in the Chinese border?
No, no,
No, why should they not have mobile
No,
signal?
everybody has there also. The private.
No, sir, I have been to many areas where you used to get a Pakistani signal or a Chinese signal
But the
rather than an Indian
private-
signal.
Why
So
the
some
private
company has
sector
to invest.
operators
also
are
there.
forced to pay a universal service obligation
They are
fund.
there also.
All of us are paying for all of this
And
infrastructure.
what is the
Okay,
cost you
so I
pay
want to
for
go to Suman Sinha, chairperson at Renew, to try and understand how India Inc. is looking at this budget. We're having a very impassioned debate in the studio on what the government's core impulse in this budget should be. They have some extra headroom in terms of spending because of the money that the dividend has come in from the RBI over and beyond what was expected. How would you suggest the government approach its multiple challenges, and what kind of a budget are you expecting? Suman.
Yeah, hi. Look, I think that the government has multiple opportunities rather than challenges right now, with all the headroom that they've got. I think number one, the different things that they can do is, number one, fiscal consolidation could be targeted at below 5% to, let's say, 4.8, 4.9%. That's one opportunity. Clearly, they're going to borrow less, and that will bring less pressure on the debt markets, which allows, hopefully, interest rates to come down. Of course, they can also give some kind of further increase on capex spending, which, as we know, was 11.11 lakh crores. That can perhaps be increased a little bit into some other areas to have more investments happening in the economy. And not just from the government, it can be through things like viability gap funding schemes in a couple of different areas, or more PLI, etc., which can actually lead to more private sector investments as well. They can also give tax breaks, or they can give more in terms of rural spending. So I think what the government is likely to do eventually is a mix of all of these. And that, I think, is going to be quite good, because more growth impulses will be there, both expenditure and investment related. And I think people will feel both having a little bit more money in their hands. And hopefully that leads to more investment opportunities for us as corporates as well. So I think I'm
The expectation the government has from India Inc. is for India Inc. to start investing more aggressively in the India story. You've seen in deliberations with policymakers, that's the one pushback, that we gave you these corporate tax cuts. Your balance sheets are looking much greener, cleaner, healthier. Now start investing. We were having this big debate in our studio about gross fixed capital formation and the fact that capacity utilization stays in the mid-17 and isn't really going up in the way the government would have expected. How do you explain that? And by speaking to your peers, your thinking on how private Inc. is looking at investment at the moment?
Well, I think that you're right, that capital utilizing capacity utilizations are not at a level where you can see very broad-based new capex happening across the manufacturing sector. But I think sector by sector, we are getting there. If you look at the power sector, for example, we are now reaching the limits of how much we can produce based on the capacity we have. And we know that growth is happening at 7-8% a year. So we need to invest a huge amount of capital in our power sector. Similarly, in other infrastructure areas, clearly we need to do a lot more. So I think perhaps more broadly across manufacturing, you'll see that becoming manifest in the next few years' time. And that is why I'm optimistic that growth in India will continue for quite some time now, because we will begin to start seeing more and more sectors requiring more and more capital investment. And I think that's really what corporates are gearing up for right now. To your question about what am I hearing from other corporates, I think everybody is cleaning up their balance sheets right now. Profitability levels are going up. And so people are in really great shape now to start making investments. And the good thing is India is a very attractive destination for foreign investors. So capital is not a constraint. And domestic capital, banks are well capitalized and have gone through their previous problems. So liquidity is good. So I think all the factors are coming into alignment. Perhaps one of the things the government can look at doing in this budget is giving a little bit more in terms of creating consumer demand. So that then gets to this capacity utilization problem getting addressed a little bit earlier. So I think that is one thing that the government might consider doing, either by way of tax breaks or by some other incentives to drive rural consumption, because that has the biggest multiplier in terms of impact on the economy.
But Suman, if I may allowed to play a bit of a party pooper, one has been hearing this for the last couple of years. A corporate India talks the good talk, but doesn't walk the talk. That's the sense that you get if you're not part of corporate India. You get a sense that all the fat cats in corporate India are the biggest beneficiaries, but simply don't want to put their money where their mouth is. So you come on budget day and say all the right things, but once the day is over, you simply don't put your money where your mouth is. Am I being unfair to you?
Look, I think that there is no point in blaming the fat cats or blaming corporates. I think the corporate sector will react to what's happening in the economy. They're not going to make investments for the sake of making investments in a sector where there is already overcapacity, right? So I think that's just not going to happen. So I think you have to look at it sector by sector. And there are things, for example, our trade deficit with China is $75 billion right now. Do we want to keep importing from China is one question, right? Or do we want to put in place trade barriers? Now, that flies in the face of orthodox economic theory, right? But the reality is, do you want to continue to have that kind of trade deficit? If you put in some barriers, you'll probably have investments happening in those sectors. But until you have those kinds of things and you continue to import, that is going to also prevent investments from happening in the Indian economy. So I think there are all those kinds of complicated issues it's not a straightforward situation of people not wanting to invest or saying one thing and doing another thing. The reality is people will respond to what's happening in the market and the economy.
Okay, we'll leave it there for the time being. Suman Sinha, we hope to have you back after the budget. Thank you very much for the time to join us. I want to spend a moment on what the...
Just very quickly on that.
Yes.
The economic survey yesterday actually quotes Access Research, showing that in the last 2 years, covering the 3,000 biggest listed companies, private sector capex has already increased significantly in the last 2 years.
20%.
To around 8.5 trillion from 6 trillion.
19.8%.
So this narrative is also getting slightly aged in terms of the empirical reality on the ground. Private sector capex has shown a very steep increase in the last 2 years, going by the top 3,000 listed companies. Whether it applies to MSMEs or not is a separate question. But residential capex by the household sector and 3,000 top listed companies, very steep increases already has happened. So that's not in the future, it's already happened.
I want to spend a moment on what the economic survey says about China. Now, if you see, India's trade deficit with China has been ballooning despite all the additional tariffs that have been placed. Now, what the economic survey says is allow for Chinese capital to come and invest in India. Siddharth Zarabi, now this is quite different from what we've been hearing from policymakers post the Galwan clashes, where we don't want Chinese money. Earlier, the Chinese were coming and buying stakes in a lot of our startups. Anant Nageshwaran and his team are suggesting allow for FDI from China, because it's better to have their money coming in investing. It will create jobs for our local economy rather than import, which is creating all the jobs in China. Do you think that will lead to a political realignment? Is it reflecting what the policy mandarins are thinking, or is this just an economist's wishful thinking?
I think there was one initial phase of full stop, and that's been relaxed. It's not floodgates open as yet, but the gates are being opened. There have been, in the recent past 8 to 10 months, there have been certain clearances of some Chinese FDI proposals. But I think with regard to our import policy and our China approach, the world will change in November when it comes to tariffs. The global trade order will change. And I think at this stage, we will have to hedge our bets. What am I trying to say with regard to today's announcement? We've seen in the recent years that import duty changes, which is the only thing now left in the budget for indirect taxes to do, have been made. They are targeted with regard to boosting local manufacturing. Some of that may continue to happen, but India will be forced to take a bigger view on global trade come November, December round.
Rahul, we must learn to do business with China. It's hurting us more than the China.
No, but look at what was said post Galwan by the likes of the External Affairs Minister. That situation still stays on the line of actual control. How do you dial back?
Correct. So when the government said that we will get their apps out, we will not do business, but actually we did more business with them.
Trade, not investment.
Not business, not investment. For two reasons, we must do the investment. Look at what economic survey also.
Arey, wo aapke border pe aake baithe hue. You are saying let the money come in. It will become a politically contentious issue.
These things, can you deal with them on border?
That's what the Chinese have been saying so far in every border talks. Our position was the opposite. That first you need to resolve.
But Rahul, it shows the foolishness of political rhetoric. When your first day is, you say, let's ban TikTok. You see, the politics of this country has to become less confrontational and contentious on certain issues.
See, economic survey, there is one very good chart there that after the US, China plus, the Chinese companies have shifted to Thailand, Vietnam, Mexico. These three countries have been pointed out. Nothing has come to India. So
because we didn't want them to come.
That's correct. So we are hurting ourselves. So US is now importing more Chinese good through these countries. So should we get that business for us?
Okay, so that's a very exciting debate. I love this. I need to take a quick break. No, this is a very contentious debate.
Number two, the trade argument, 80% of the solar panels we import from China. Lot of electronics which we import from China.
Okay.
Why don't you make it here?
So we'll continue this debate. This is a fascinating debate. It lies at the crux of the kind of dilemmas policymakers say, because when you're out campaigning or in border talks, talking to the adversary, you take one position. Your trade and investment requirements might be quite different. How do you reconcile those two contradictory impulses? We'll slip into a break. We return to the India Today newsroom. We're tracking budget 24-25. On the other side of a quick break, lots of interesting themes. The Budget Intelligence Dashboard adding a data analytical framework to these conversations. I hope you're enjoying this. We'll return on the other side of a quick break. Stay with us.
क्लियर टैक्स पे टैक्स फाइलिंग है नेक्स्ट लेवल ईज नेक्स्ट लेवल ब्रीज क्लियर टैक्स इधर नहीं तो किधर
क्लियर टैक्स पे टैक्स फाइलिंग है नेक्स्ट लेवल ईज नेक्स्ट लेवल ब्रीज क्लियर टैक्स इधर नहीं तो किधर
IS fraud puja booked. UPSC candidature to be cancelled. India Today news break sets the agenda.
IAS trainee Pooja Khetkar's mother, who's finally been arrested. These are the first images of Manorama Khetkar.
First to investigate her fakery.
India Today was the one who exposed her WhatsApp chat.
First to reveal her VVIP abuse. First to uncover parents' arrogance. Clean the IS campaign. Forces action. India Today, the channel of real impact.
Weather forecast now. Delhi, maximum 39 and minimum 29 degrees. Mumbai, maximum 28 and minimum 24 degrees. Kolkata, maximum 34 and minimum 26 degrees. Bangalore, maximum 25 and minimum 20 degrees. Chennai, maximum 34 and minimum 28 degrees. Hyderabad, maximum 26 and minimum 23 degrees. Weather forecast now. Delhi, maximum 39 and minimum 29 degrees. Mumbai, maximum 28 and minimum 24 degrees. Kolkata, maximum 34 and minimum 26 degrees. Bangalore, maximum 25 and minimum 20 degrees. Chennai, maximum 34 and minimum 28 degrees. Hyderabad, maximum 26 and minimum 23 degrees.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Weather forecast now. Delhi, maximum 39 and minimum 29 degrees. Mumbai, maximum 28 and minimum 24 degrees. Kolkata, maximum 34 and minimum 26 degrees. Bangalore, maximum 25 and minimum 20 degrees. Chennai, maximum 34 and minimum 28 degrees. Hyderabad, maximum 26 and minimum 23 degrees.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Co-presented by LIC Zindagi ke saath bhi zindagi ke baad ki. Co-powered by new Seltos with Kia Connect. Tech is now badass.
You're with our special coverage of Modi 3.0 Budget 2024. Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman meeting President Draupadi Murmu a short while ago, and the formal process for delivering the budget, her 7th consecutive budget, has begun. Rahul.
Which is a record.
It equals a record.
Yeah, so now if she stays on till the end of Modi 3.0, she would surpass Morarji Desai for presenting the maximum number of budgets, because she would have presented 11 and Morarji Desai had 10.
That's
so so we're seeing history in the making. Nirmala Sitharaman is equaling an important record, and if she stays on, she'll be beating the record for presenting the maximum number of budgets.
She will already break the record next year of the most consecutive budgets if she presents the next one. Because Morarji Desai, remember, took a break, went back to
Morarji
Mumbai as
Desai
Chief
had
Minister.
a record of 6 successive budgets. Nirmala Sitharaman has 5 full budgets, 1 interim budget. So she's at 6 currently. So if you include the interim, then she... if you include the interim, she's crossing 7 right now. She's got the 7 now if you include the interim budget.
So she's already crossed the record.
Yeah,
she's crossed the record. She hasn't equaled it. She's crossed Morarji Desai.
Because the one is an interim budget. That's right.
So,
okay, so let's... we're having a very fascinating conversation on the different impulses at play in the build-up to the budget, where the government might be spending its money, what kind of moves can be made to mop up more revenue. So we'll look at that, but let's take you through the headlines we're tracking this morning. Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman meets President Draupadi Murmu, gets nod for the budget. President offers dahi to Nirmala. FM set to present her record 7th budget in an hour.
ahead of Modi 3.0's big budget, India's real GDP grows to 8.2% in FY24. GDP higher now than pandemic levels. Economic survey signals growth.
Politics peaks ahead of the budget after PM Modi's debate not disrupt pitch. Congress hurls the Adani-Ambani jibe. Trinamool Congress calls the government unstable.
India's top business team in action on budget day. Fastest budget updates, cutting edge data analytics only on India Today.
Race to the White House heats up. Kamala Harris speaks for the first time after Biden's exit, calls Biden's legacy unmatched. So what we're going to do right now is spend some time understanding how the stock markets may be looking at this budget. We've got Rashesh Shah, chairperson of Edelweiss, joining us. We have Piroz Kambata at Rasna joining us as well. I just want to go across to our dashboard and show you how the markets have fared in the build-up to the budget. As I welcome Rashesh Shah. Rashesh bhai, you know, one of the things that's been spoken of in the economic survey is to try and clamp down on the gambling instincts that we are seeing a lot of young traders exhibit in the futures and options segment. Now, we've seen the SEBI chairperson, we've seen RBI, they're all talking about this. How do you see Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman dealing with this growing clamor of trying to reduce speculative trading in futures and options? Do you think it's some place where the government should try and intervene, because the markets have been on a very strong growth trajectory? Should they intervene by imposing security transaction tax on FNOs, increasing it? Or do you think just let things be the way they are, let people learn their own lessons?
No, I think from what we've been hearing, seeing, and also experiencing, I think we should expect some action, especially on options. I think the government has 2 or 3 things they can do. They might increase STT on options, the security transaction tax, because there is a lot of retail trading in options that is going on, which is not helping with capital formation, which is obviously is helping volumes in the stock market, but not helping with the ultimate objective of creating jobs and capital formation and all that. So I would expect that at least on the option side, there'll be some things government will do, maybe increase the STT on option trading. One of the other things they might do, Rahul, is that they might call any profits and on the FNO segment as speculative profit and not also allow it as business income. And that will be a fairly big,
So if that happens, what impact do you expect on the markets if these security transaction tax were introduced on option trading?
I think then overall volumes will come down, the profitability come down. I think some amount of gambling will always remain, because I think there are a lot of people who love to just buy an option in the morning and see by evening whether it's in the money or not. Some amount of that is part of FNO, but I think increasing the STT on options trading will bring down the volumes on option trading, especially this intraday. So there could be STT on intraday options, which will be even. So if you're buying and selling option in the same day, they might curb that also. They might increase or they might change the tax classification for FNO. I think it might become speculative income rather than business income. And that will also have a fairly big impact on the volumes and the activity that is going on.
Mr. Kambada, one of the big concerns is about what the government should do to try and boost consumption. I want to show our viewers some consumption data markers and then try and get your sense of what can potentially be done. Here we are looking at the year-on-year increase in private consumption expenditure, which grew in financial year 24 at 4%, down from 6.8% the previous year and down from 11.7% growth in financial year 22. So consumption expenditure has been a critical concern that's been voiced multiple times in the build-up to the budget. And I'll show you FMCG sales as well. And if you look at the year-on-year change in food and agro-based product sales, these are consumer goods, it's at 8.3%. In FY22, the growth was 21.2%. So how are you looking at the consumer demand story? What do you think the government can and ought to do in this budget to try and spur demand?
Thanks, Rahul. In my mind, the economic survey has been a good starting point for the budget, and it has talked of the rural potential. And I still believe that India's real story lies in the rural areas and the small towns. And I think the budget has to now ensure that that power of the small towns and rural area are unleashed in some way. And I believe the economic survey also prescribes something for industry, that how we need to lead responsible growth. Now, when I say, you will say my question is consumption, and that's where I'm coming in, that, for example, we need special packs which are very well priced, so that the people in rural area look at economy in a very big way in their consumption. So how we can also help with special packets, with special programs to ensure that the rural demand is boosted. Secondly, I think a lot of money needs to flow into agriculture infrastructure, and that piece. If that happens, and just imagine if we get more cash in the hands of this folk, they will buy more. So we definitely now need some more cash in their hands, and I think these direct transfers are, really helping, and how we can make it up. I also believe, honestly, that if we are really looking at an India of really as a global powerhouse, we can look at India as a make in India for exports, especially of food processed products, where I'm coming from. And you'll say how that will increase consumption. In my mind, see, when you become big in exports in anything, the prices come down. And if prices come down, consumption increases. And that is, I think, the need of the hour. Second, a lot of things goes waste. For example, onions go waste, tomato goes waste, and sometimes they are very, very costly. By processed food, we can bring the cost lower. So once again, consumption can increase. Third piece, I somehow believe, you'll say this is not part of the budget, but I still believe that the indirect taxes actually add to the pricing, and that actually impairs growth. So to have reasonable indirect taxes, when I say indirect taxes means GST, to ensure that the taxes are reasonable so that growth is really helped, is also one major story. Second, I somehow believe that our main problem in the rural areas, which can really help, is infrastructure. We need to put in a lot of money. For example, of course, the government is making airports and then making big roads. I somehow believe we need to make cold chains. And I believe with this budget, I'm definitely going to see much more money being put in this arena, especially cold chains, pack houses. I believe for food security, we need a modern storage facility so that, for example, when there is anything and any calamity, we can bank on that. And I think that
So
is
you
the
mentioned
power.
exports and imports. I want to take our viewers through the data for exports and imports and then throw it open to our guests and talk to them about it. I'll start with exports, which, the economic survey talks about the kind of headwinds to global trade that are being witnessed. I'm looking at total exports at this moment. They grew to a record 776.5 billion in FY23, went up to 778 billion FY24. And we only have figures for the first 2 months of this year. But basically, not really growing in the way the government would have wanted. From 676 to 776 was a big growth, and there was a lot of excitement around that increase. After that, it became a flat line. Rajiv Kumar, the economic survey talks about how India's growth is happening at a time very different from South Korea, Japan, China, which grew at a time of globalization, when open trade was the flavor of the moment. Now there is nationalism, protectionism, tariffs are being imposed, which in some ways impacts India's overall growth and also our ability to export.
Yeah, Rahul, but you must notice that our service exports are growing at 14.6%.
And IT service exports are now imperiled because of artificial intelligence. The economic survey talks about that they, over a medium term to long term, they could be in jeopardy.
They are imperiled, but has it affected us? Because even our GCCs, the global capacity centers that we've got, are increasing in their number. They're expected to go up to about 2,400. So I'm pointing this out to say that despite all that out there, the bad global condition, our service exports have managed to continue with their growth. It is the merchandise exports which have actually not done well.
So I have the goods exports as well. So I can break this down for you. So if you look at goods exports, good exports
there you go.
Actually came down from 451 billion to 437 billion in financial year 24. So they've actually come down.
There has been no growth at all in merchandise exports.
Whereas if you look at service exports have largely been on an upward trajectory from 254 billion in financial year 22 going up to 325 billion and then upwards to 341 billion. So service exports are growing, merchandise exports
and that's the one to look at. That's the one to go after. We have to increase our share in the world trade of merchandise export. Economic survey, understandably enough, does not talk about the overall merchandise export.
Harsh, there's been a pushback from a lot of columnists saying that India must not keep increasing tariffs. The only way to actually increase exports is if India becomes a part of the global supply chain. By increasing tariffs, you're restricting whatever production happens in India to the Indian domestic market, and you'll never become the China +1 that in your speeches you say you want to.
I think all budgets do work on some inverted duty problems in a particular sector or industry. But I think by and large, the aim has been how do you counter Chinese overcapacity, Chinese mercantilism. On the other hand, India is trying to sign free trade agreements with Western countries, with UK FTA talk is going on. We had a deal with the Gulf countries. We had a deal with Australia. So it's not like there has been protectionism across geographies. It is trying to be as focused on China as possible, which is why we did not join RCEP. So the aim is not tariffs per se. Aim is how do you counter Chinese investment? And what we were discussing earlier, even Donald Trump and Joe Biden and now Kamala Harris had that discussion. So Donald Trump said, I'm okay with Chinese plants being made in the US, so long as they're made in the US, they hire American jobs, American employees, they pay taxes here, profits are shared here. I think it's fine if Chinese invest in India so long as they're a minority or a junior partner in a JV.
Punita Zina, do you see this mindset changing? Because when, for example, Chinese EV maker BYD wanted to come into India, it wasn't allowed to go through. They were coming in with mega engineering and that plan was scuttled. Now the economic survey says allow for Chinese capital to come and invest in India so that our trade imbalance doesn't keep increasing.
No, I think it's almost a necessity to have a little bit more openness towards China because it'll also reduce some inflation pressure.
That's an economic necessity. Then there are political compulsions.
Right, but and the political compulsions, the tone will also change depending on who wins the U.S. election. Because if it is Trump who leads, the tone towards protectionism, the tone towards trade policies globally will be set differently than if it is a democratic government. And that tone will also ripple into India-China relationships on trade and other countries as well. So protectionism could be a little bit more, but right now, as I said, it is a necessity. The consumers are really benefiting from cheaper Chinese imports.
But if I may ask, you see, in this government in the last 10 years, they've been reluctant even to get into certain regional alliances. Look at RCEP. Surely this, it's predates again what will happen a few months from now. There's been a trend toward this kind of protectionism, nationalism, which actually doesn't work. It's at cross purposes with what you want to achieve. The economic survey says exactly the opposite of what this government has been doing over the last several years. Why didn't we get into regional trade alliances when the rest of the world was pushing hard? We still are struggling even with our trade treaty with the United Kingdom. It's been going on for a couple of years. There seems to be a reluctance to go the extra mile.
I think on RCEP, it was and remains very China dominated. So the aim was to try to do FTAs. We've done one with Australia. We've done one with UAE. We are, as you said, discussing one with the UK. With the EU and US is next. With China, if you do an RCEP agreement, you get deindustrialized. So the point remains, it's not black or white. Same with allowing Chinese investment. So long as, again, it remains a minority investor as part of a JV, then there is no harm because you have control over the factory, you have some IP transfer, you have some profit sharing. It's not 0 or 100.
But the Chinese will then have options in other parts of the world.
But they can't miss out the Indian market as well. We are also a very large market.
Rajdeep, I think we should recognize the basic facts. Number one, the global trade as a whole is not increasing any longer. This has been said here. The capacities have been installed all over the world. There is population decline, etc. now, etc. No, that's very small, 1 to 2%. Merchandise and services are growing, but that's 2, 3, 4% together also. That's number one. Second, most of the trade now is regionalized. There is a China-Russia bloc, there is a US kind of bloc, there is a European bloc, and inter-bloc or South Asia bloc. If you don't become part of any bloc, then you have no future in growing export. You can't, for domestic demand, you don't export. That's a very different kind of thing. So if you want to have actually fortunately for us, in services we had 2 good breaks. Number one, on IT, we had a massive advantage and we took it. And for last couple of years, this GCCs, where the global companies are setting up because we have services advantage. But we should look for something next in the service.
So we have an ASEAN
education,
FTA.
health, travel, etc. So if we continue as what we are doing, we don't have any great future.
No, but let me just come in here. One, on China, there was a long period where we kept the politics and economics separate. And I don't see why we can't do that again.
No, because China changed that. China, by coming to the line of actual control, deploying their troops, violating old agreements.
So enjoy. So you hold him
From May 2020. No, they invest into. I am only quoting back what the Raksha Mantri or the External Affairs Minister, the Indian government has publicly taken positions that till the time status quo is restored, it cannot be business as normal with China. You can't suddenly wake up one day and say economic compulsions make us change our political positions.
Bigger business. Your imports from China have grown in last 3 years. You said something.
That's been growing, which shows the limitations of our China trade policies. That's correct.
Saying is not necessarily translating into action.
See, a lot of the Chinese imports are also capital goods and intermediate goods, which are required for our exports. So we are not trying to import finished goods from China anymore, but we are happy to industrialize using their capital goods and to some extent intermediate goods.
No, so now Ashima Goyal joins us. Ashima Goyal is a member of the Monetary Policy Committee of the Reserve Bank of India. So she has a good understanding of what's happening in the RBI's think tank and is tracking the macroeconomy. And I want to spend a moment talking about employment with Dr. Goyal. I've got figures from the Center for Monitoring of the Indian Economy, which looks at monthly unemployment rates. And one of the big challenges, make no mistake, in the build-up to this budget is how to deal with the employment challenge. And one of the ideas that's been mentioned is that we must now have the government giving employment-linked incentives. Like you've got production-linked incentives, let there now be employment-linked incentives. When companies achieve a certain employment target, they get some financial incentives. Then we heard from economists that this would be a wasteful way of spending scarce government resources. How do you come out on this question, and whether you think, ma'am, that this could be a potential way of trying to create jobs? Because those who are watching at this moment, forget everything else. What they really want is Naukri. How do you think Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman should try and address that challenge?
Jobs is the number one priority. I've written recently that looking at the last elections, the kind of populist schemes on offer, the only way to defeat that in the long term is really to have more broad-based participation in growth. But I think that our fisc has been distorted because of all kinds of subsidies. And considering that we have a very large population, we can't keep doing that. So I think it's about giving signals for the correct allocation of resources, helping labor-intensive industry, exports, helping agriculture, because agriculture, non-farm rural jobs, and as well as exports, food processing, that's very important from a monetary policy point of view to reduce food inflation in the future. So rather than give industry more softs, which tend to lead to distortions that you can't foresee, I think we should give signals for and support labor-intensive sectors, give signals to send resources to labor-intensive sectors.
Okay, so we've got these images coming in from Parliament, where Prime Minister Narendra Modi has just walked into the new Parliament building, where in about 40 minutes from now, Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman will present her record 7th successive budget. So these are the images of the Prime Minister just walking into Parliament. Now, the other thing, and I want to welcome Ashok Saigal at Frontier Technologies to our broadcast as well. The other thing the government talks about is the need for investment by private enterprise in the India story. And I want Ashok Saigal to try and give us his sense individually and by talking to other companies around him about the investment appetite at this moment. We were looking at, and I want to show that data once again to our viewers, for those who've just joined us. We were looking at utilization figures, which shows that capacity utilization on a quarterly basis has been a flat line. The trend has been rather flat at about 74.7% in December 23, and it's really been in that 72.4 to 76 kind of range, and isn't hitting the 80% figure when an investment cycle is supposed to kick in. So when do you see this happen? Why do you think capacity utilization is kind of flatlining in the way that it is? And what do you think the finance minister can potentially do to try and spur investment?
Thank you very much for having me here. And it's a very interesting question. You said, we from industry and particularly from the MSMEs have always been saying that we look forward to a continued investment in the infrastructure and continued high investment by the government in developing in its public spending, because this is what will trickle down to increase the production. Now, you've talked about capacity utilization.
It is now reaching a zone where they're saying that puts the onus on the government to spend. They're saying we've been doing the heavy lifting. Now it's time for India Inc. to step up and start investing. Their balance sheets have been clean. They're green now, much healthier than in the past. They benefited from corporate tax cuts. This is where India Inc. needs to start investing aggressively.
I think there are two sides to this. You've talked about investment, you've talked about capacity utilization. If there is additional investment and additional capacity is created, and yet the demand remains the same, the capacity utilization will only drop. I'm sure that is not in the national interest at all. So what we need to do is to have this driven by a demand rather than investment. Now, once the demand is there, let me assure you that industry will not stay back. industry, after all, wants to make money. And to make money, if it has to increase its capacity, let me assure you it will do so. Now, when the need arises to do that, what we hope the finance minister and the government will do is make it easier for the investors or the industry to be able to raise the finance that it wants to raise. So I would insist that, in my view, the capacity utilization question should follow demand generation. And demand generation can be done very easily by government spending. That will put money into the hands of the people who will buy more. There will be a capacity constraint. And of course, industry will want to invest in that. So I think let's not put it's somewhat of a chicken and egg situation. But I think the answer to me is very clear that demand must be put before we put in the request for investment. Otherwise, the capacity utilization will fall and the efficient use of the financial resources will be adversely affected.
You know, one of the things that was said is that there is lack of demand because consumers aren't optimistic about their current situation and the future. But if I actually show you the data, you'd be surprised to find that the consumer confidence outlook actually seems pretty strong. So I'm going to show you consumer confidence outlook just at this moment, and then you'll get a sense of how consumers are actually viewing the current situation and future expectations. This is data from the Reserve Bank of India till May 24. Now, if you see consumer confidence, which came down to 88% in July 23, has actually gone up in March to about 99%, and in May 24 was at 97.1%. So this is the confidence around the situation at this moment. When the same question is about future expectations, then the consumer confidence is even higher. In July 23, it had come down to 117. Now it stands at 125. How do you explain this? Ashima Goyal, one of the, like Rajiv Kumar was saying, and the others were saying that, okay, consumer demand is down because consumer confidence is down. But RBI data actually shows over the past 1 year, consumer confidence has actually gone up from 115, 116 to about 125.
Yes, consumer confidence has recovered quite robustly after the pandemic. So I would like to make the point that this capacity utilization is an average figure. There are industries that are running into bottlenecks, and in the MPC, we look at detailed industry balance sheets. We see that there is a rise in physical assets accumulation. A lot of specific industries, steel, cement, wherever industries are running into bottlenecks in EVs, in green industries, there is a lot of investment going on. We also see banks' intention to lend is remarkably high. So I think investment is rising. And the other issue is that this cycle, we want this to rise sustainably, not a big stimulus for consumption without adequately addressing the supply side, which will be inflationary. This is what stymied our high growth in the 2000s and led to very high inflation in the 2010s. So a sustainable rise in consumption and investment feeding each other as income rises, confidence rises. We are seeing very healthy growth and financial stability, which should drive a smooth catch-up high growth cycle without excess stimulus or excess demand or instability.
Okay, one of the focus areas will be on capital spends, and we'll hear from the finance minister where she intends to spend more. They've already allocated historic amounts. The other thing will be on social spend. So I'll take a look at some of the Prime Minister's key schemes, and we'll try and look at how the allocation for these schemes has actually changed over the years. So this is the Swachh Bharat Abhiyan, the cleanliness mission, which in financial year 19 had an allocation of 15,300 crores. After that, it came down. In financial year 25, it was 12,200 odd crores, the allocation for Swachh Bharat cleanliness. From there, I come now to Ayushman Bharat, which is health insurance, and it'll be interesting to see if health insurance allocations actually go up. Here, it started with 2,600 odd crores in financial year 21, going up to 7,500 crores for financial year 25, which is the budget estimate for this year. So this is as far as Ayushman Bharat is concerned. From there, let's come to Awas Yojana, which is the housing scheme of the Prime Minister. As we traveled during the elections in different villages and far-flung areas, people with great pride said, okay, this is the Awas Yojana house. They had a little certificate outside their houses. So as far as Awas Yojana is concerned, the allocation came down in financial year 24 to 54,000 odd crore rupees. And in the budget of financial year 25, it was increased to 80,000 odd crore rupees. Now, I want to ask Harsh Madhusudan Gupta, from a political perspective, what is good about this government is they're not spraying money by marginally increasing allocations to all sectors, right? They're choosing some focus areas, whether it's the Pani Mission, whether it is the Awas Yojana, and then pumping in money there so that there is some saturation and visibility. What do you think are the political imperatives on the back of the Lok Sabha elections before the assembly election? Where will the government focus its sectoral spends?
Rahul, you're absolutely right. Instead of just spraying money, it's more of a smart safety net. Actually, on the health scheme, there's data cited in the economic survey that the Pradhan Mantri Yojana on the health scheme has actually increased credit offtake and reduced GNPAs and NNPAs. So it actually makes...
You're allowed to use abbreviations without explaining.
So non-performing assets have gone down because of the health scheme that only has 7,000 crore rupees will go up this year. More broadly, I think it is very important to create a broader safety net as the economy becomes more competitive, more innovative. What is known as creative destruction happens. So by having more welfare schemes, it actually allows the growth engine of India to take off further. So long as it is not unconstrained cash. Even Rajdi was speaking about the Maharashtra scheme. Even the Maharashtra schemes, for example, for young men and women, it is actually apprenticeship for 1 year to go to ITIs or to be in a particular factory unit. It's not
so Rajiv Kumar in the Niti Aayog
but it's
pipeline.
not very different from what the Congress said in its manifesto.
I'm not talking about BJP.
And the BJP, but that's you see, the reality of the matter is all these schemes involve a lot of cash. You're saying that we will give you ITIs and apprenticeship. Effectively, what you're saying, you're putting cash in your hand. That's what they want to do.
It's only if you work in a factory.
No, so can I ask this question to Rajiv Kumar? In the Niti Aayog pipeline, is there a big idea? Because see, the Prime Minister on the back of this general election result might want to show that there is some, like for example, the Jal Jeevan Mission was a new idea. And first they came with the Swachh Bharat Abhiyan, pumped in money over there. Then they came in with the Jal Jeevan Mission that we'll have a pipe and water going into every house. In your pipeline, what are the other new ideas?
There should be, I don't know about Niti Aayog now, but there should be 3 good ideas here. One is apprenticeship. Increase it 10.
Congress will say, "Hamara idea le liya."
No, it has been this
Well, that's okay. It's a good idea. Take it and run with it.
It's a German idea.
That's the way to keep skills and demand, together and create people who are employable. That's one. Second is the Ayushman Bharat for the next 500 million. The bottom 500
so
million.
Increase allocation substantially.
To increase allocation because the next 500 million, that still makes it 1 billion people only. 400 million still remain out of that cover and they can be covered by their private means. And the third idea has to be, the third idea on this one has to be the increase in education outlays. Because our education system for the primary, universal access to high quality education must be a publicly available facility for everybody because that will create employment.
We're seeing these live images from the new Parliament building where Prime Minister Narendra Modi, flanked by Dr. Jitendra Singh, who's the Minister of State in the Prime Minister's office, they're walking in. As I welcome now Sajid Chinoy, Managing Director, Chief Economist at JP Morgan, and I want to try and understand from him his assessment of the thinking in the government in the build-up to this budget. And when we look at the different priorities, Sajid, before the government, in terms of the fact that it's happening on the back of the general elections before the assembly elections, where do you think the finance minister is most likely to concentrate her spending power on?
Well, I won't speculate, Rahul, on what will happen, but let me kind of lay out the macro backdrop here and what options the government has. I think the fact is we have to be cognizant that there's excitement about India the last year because several different growth drivers are finally coming together. There's the infrastructure push from the government, there's the housing cycle in India, unlike China, is turning up. Bank balance sheets are clean, so credit's running much above nominal GDP. Service exports have picked up. So that's the really good news. The issue is that the public sector has been doing the heavy lifting for much of the last 4 years. And given fiscal and debt constraints, at some point, the public sector has to begin to recede. Let's not forget, today, the deficit's going to come down not expand. So there are limited degrees of freedom. And so the private sector has to be taking its place. Now, we've been discussing this for the last decade, but it's important to recognize that the constraints have changed. 3 years ago, the constraint was still balance sheets were stretched, leverage was high. Now the fact is balance sheets are very healthy. The issue comes down to demand, that we need to see more demand visibility in the economy. This is complicated by the fact that China is sitting on massive excess capacity and exporting that deflation around the world, including to India. So the question is, in the near term, I think the budget has to, bring deficits down and ensure macroeconomic stability is maintained. But the question is, what can we do to sow the seeds to boost demand more structurally? How do we boost more consumption more structurally? How do we boost export competitiveness more structurally? And the consumption part, I'll just say, ultimately, we can talk about allocations today. As the economic survey rightly pointed out, this comes down to generating high quality employment in the years to come. I know that's tautological, but one thing that's worried me in India the last 15 years, 20 years has been that in an economy that's undergoing its demographic transition, our manufacturing has become more and more capital intensive. The capital intensity is going up. We're using more machines and fewer people.
Also structural global trends, right? For example, artificial intelligence, the trade protectionism, globalization is no longer the flavor of the moment. And therefore, in the midst of all of that, Prime Minister Modi and Nirmala Sitharaman have to find ways of being able to simulate job creation. And we're seeing each time Air India or any company advertises even a couple of hundred positions, thousands, sometimes hundreds of thousands of people show up. So what can she realistically do, given the reality at play, to try and address the job crisis?
Yeah, so firstly, there are no silver bullets here. This is a multi-year program, and as the economic survey said, it's a tripartite compact, center, states, government. The question is, at the margin, how do you make labor more attractive factor of production? Yes, AI is not going to stop. Technology isn't going to stop. But the difference is populations in the West, in Japan, in China are aging. So they don't face the same constraints. And the question is, how do you make labor more attractive as a factor of production? Now, that's a fancy way of saying what Dr. Kumar said is, how do we make our labor more employable? Education, skilling. How can the incentive structure be skewed more towards labor and less towards capital? What can we do on labor laws? This is a state subject, to ensure that frictions to hire and fire are minimized. It's a whole package. It's an ecosystem to try and make labor more attractive vis-a-vis capital. So I think the last thing I'll say, Rahul, is that for today, let's not forget the budget does have increased degrees of freedom. Compared to the interim budget, there's about 0.5% of GDP in revenues that the government had not envisaged. So you could be in a situation where the government has the freedom today to increase expenditure compared to February, cut taxes compared to February, and still reduce the deficit. So I think on today, there are degrees of freedom, but I'd be looking for laying the groundwork for some of these kind of medium-term constraints.
So the question then is, how do you use the extra degrees of freedom? For example, do you increase allocation to social sectors, whether it's health, education, or do you spend more on capital expenditure and create more and do more investment on the government side? Because the government's been pushing for India Inc. to come out and invest, and every member of Corporate India we've spoken to are saying, oh, we hope the government increases capital expenditure because that will have a ripple effect. So with this extra gunpowder they now have, how is that best utilized? Because there's not just an economic context, Sajid, there's also a political context to this budget.
Absolutely, Rahul. My own personal preference is we already have a 0.5% of GDP fiscal consolidation planned. That's good enough. We did 0.8% last year. We want to bring the deficit down, but not too quickly. And my personal preference would be CapEx is already budgeted to grow at 17% this year. It grew at 28% last year. Beyond 17, 18%, absorptive capacity becomes a binding constraint. So my preference would be, as you hinted, to do more revenue expenditure. The government will have different options how to spend it, but to do it on current expenditure, revenue expenditure, targeted to rural infrastructure, to the rural economy, where multipliers tend to be higher. I think what the private sector needs to see is just more demand visibility, at which point investment becomes more viable.
Okay, I want to look at the fiscal deficit numbers. This is the gap between what the government is generating as revenue and what the government is spending. And that's really something which the government has been very, very careful about in the years gone by. As a result of which India is now becoming a lucrative destination globally for bonds as well. And that's been to India's advantage. But the point that Sajid makes is don't overdo it, because that's not going to be very useful, because you don't want to be cutting down on expenditure too much. Now, the charge that was made, Sajid, by different political opponents of the government was that they didn't spend enough, that they were so concerned about the fiscal deficit numbers that they didn't do as much to help the Aam Aadmi. On the back of a suboptimal performance in the Lok Sabha elections, do you see that's likely to change? Because, for example, in financial year 21, the fiscal deficit on the back of the pandemic was at 9.2%, has been coming down, and the budget estimates it to be about 4.9% for financial year 25. The target is to reach 4.5%. Now, the question is, on the back of the political performance in the general elections, do you think the government will have to respond to the pressure of being seen as doing more for the Aam Aadmi? Forget the numbers, don't try and clamp down too much, do more for the Aam Aadmi. Sajid.
I think the beauty of having this extra 0.5% is you can fulfill all these criteria simultaneously. So the budget already has a plan to bring the deficit down to 5.1. It could go down to 5 maybe, and that's fine. I think from a macro stability perspective, what's important is, see, India doesn't have the degrees of freedom the US have. They benefit from exorbitant privilege, right? And so emerging markets don't have those degrees of freedom. What's important for us is over time, again, over the next 5 years, that public debt to GDP stabilize. In a year like last year, where growth was so strong, India's combined public debt to GDP still inched up. It tells you that deficits over time need to come down. So I think the 5.1 or 5% would be a par for the course. And the fact that you have this 0.4, 0.5% of GDP means you can simultaneously increase expenditure while bringing the deficit down. So those were the increased degrees of freedom that I spoke about. And I think where the government spends it, will it be tax cuts? Will it be expenditure? Will it be current expenditure versus capital expenditure? Will the deficit come down more? Will be an indication of how the government's seeing the economy and its part. So I think where the money is allocated will have an important signaling effect.
Oh, absolutely, because it also signals what the economic and political priorities of the government are. Sajid Chinoy, for joining us this morning, thank you very much. We hope to have you back after the budget to see how what you were expecting really translated into real budget numbers. So thank you for that. Umesh Chaudhary joins us, Vice Chairperson, Managing Director at Titagarh Wagons. And this point that's been going back and forth between private Inc. saying that we must see the government do more capital expenditure. You just heard from Sajid Chinoy, who says we've already been expanding the amount that's being spent by the government on capital expenditure so much that if you keep doing it, the absorption capacity of the economy comes down. And the hope really that the government has, and I've seen this being expressed multiple times by top ministers, is that India Inc. must do more to invest. How do you look at this question individually, for your company and for others around you?
Yeah, good morning. While I appreciate the point made that there has to be more rural spending, etc., which is also there, but I don't think that has to be at the cost of infrastructure. I think both have to go hand in hand, because and I don't think that the private investment is, again, not going to come just by itself, but it's going to come on the back of both rural demand picking up as well as infrastructural demand coming up. For example, in my company, which is directly related to infrastructure, if it has to invest, it will come up on the back of greater infrastructure spending. So that's one side of it. On the other side of it, I think a country like India, in order to achieve its target of becoming the third most developed economic nation, has to create more infrastructure. Let's take a case in point on the cost of logistics as a percentage of GDP. Today, with the Gati Shakti program, the government has targeted to bring down the cost of logistics as a percentage of GDP, and that in itself is essential for us to be able to reach the status of being the third largest economy in the world. So I think all of them are interconnected, and I really don't think that's either or, it is and. Now, what proportion and in what manner it will be done, that is something which I'm sure the government would be balancing, because on one side there would be the requirement of creating jobs or giving money to the poor, but on the other side, the infrastructure spend is an absolutely, I don't think there's an option not to do that.
One of the things I want to highlight attention to is the railway budget, which earlier used to be separate, now integrated into the larger union budget. And there is something I particularly want to draw everyone's attention to, because if you see the amount of money that's being spent on building railway tracks that's going up. So route length, building new tracks, upgrading capacity, all that's something that's been a big area of focus. But if I look at the deployment of Kavach, which is the anti-collision device, that's not really growing the way that it should. Now, for example, the route length, the annual deployment of Kavach in financial year 22 was 859 kilometers. That came down to about 20 kilometers in financial year 23. Now, given the speed of accidents, that's quite shocking. Why is that happening? And it's not just the route and the kilometers on which Kavach is being installed. It's also the money that's being allocated for this. The expenditure on Kavach, which was at 3,200 odd crores in financial year 23, went up to about 4,800 crores in financial 25, is only 5,000 crores. Now, if this is an idea, Subhash Garg, that can potentially reduce substantially the amount of collisions which have been happening, why can't this be a big idea where you substantially increase the amount of money you want to spend on Kavach and really speed up the process?
So I think it's very important to look at the railway budget, capital budget. So the central government is allocating more and more budgets, going to about 2.8 lakh crores now. But at the same time, the internal and extra budgetary resources which the railways used to use from its own, that has virtually got finished. So there is only about 20,000 crores of internal resources which are using. Together there is growth, but that not that much as the budgetary numbers will tell you. Second point, despite such a heavy expenditure on railways, the passenger load of railways actually is coming down. There was an item we recently published that about 8.8 billion people traveling a day in a year. It has come down to 6.6, and we are past the pandemic. So despite so much of expenditure, it's coming down. If you look at, again, the data in the national accounts, you find that the gross value addition by railways is also reducing. So the productivity of the railway expenditure, and at the same time, the safety-related expenditures not being incurred, despite such a heavy expenditure, is doubly worrying.
The broad perspective is a lot of the money that's being spent has been spent on infrastructure upgradation, which is fantastic. There's nothing wrong with that. But more needs to be spent on safety. If you've got a device that works, it reduces collisions. I just hope that there's a substantial allocation made for Kavach. I want to show you, as I slip into a break, defense spending. Now, when I compare the defense to GDP ratio, which is basically, of the total gross domestic product of the country, how much is spent as a percentage on defense. So, Pakistan is in green, which has been spending, say, 3.16% on defense. A country like China, which is about 5 times the size of the Indian economy, is spending 2.44% on defense, whereas India is actually spending less. So that's something, again, to be looked at. The fact that our defense spending, which in 2020 was at 2.81%, has actually been coming down to 2.44 in FY23. So, how do we find ways of being able to modernize the army, armed forces faster than we've been able to? So multiple compulsions, multiple pulls and pressures for the finance minister when it comes to allocations. What will she finally do? We'll slip into a very quick break. This is our last break, and then we'll come back, get final reactions from our guests, and then we'll have our live coverage of Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman's 7th successive budget, and we'll have our experts giving us their quick takes while the finance minister is speaking. So we'll be back on the other side of a very quick break. Stay with us.
क्लियर टैक्स पे टैक्स फाइलिंग है नेक्स्ट लेवल ईज नेक्स्ट लेवल ब्रीज क्लियर टैक्स इधर नहीं तो किधर
क्लियर टैक्स पे टैक्स फाइलिंग है नेक्स्ट लेवल ईज नेक्स्ट लेवल ब्रीज क्लियर टैक्स इधर नहीं तो किधर टैक्स फाइलिंग की डेडलाइन मीट करो विद नेक्स्ट लेवल ईज नेक्स्ट लेवल ब्रीज क्लियर टैक्स इधर नहीं तो किधर
टैक्स फाइलिंग की डेडलाइन मीट करो विद नेक्स्ट लेवल ईज नेक्स्ट लेवल ब्रीज क्लियर टैक्स इधर नहीं तो किधर
The India Today Media Institute could not have been founded on a firmer footing. The India Today Group's strength in understanding and delivering high-quality content is the very foundation of ITMI. We take pride in training our students to be exceptionally professional.
Register now at www.indiatodaymediainstitute.in or call on 95600 65465. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Weather forecast now. Delhi, maximum 39 and minimum 29 degrees. Mumbai, maximum 28 and minimum 24 degrees. Kolkata, maximum 34 and minimum 26 degrees. Bangalore, maximum 25 and minimum 20 degrees. Chennai, maximum 34 and minimum 28 degrees. Hyderabad, maximum 26 and minimum 23 degrees.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Weather forecast now. Delhi, maximum 39 and minimum 29 degrees. Mumbai, maximum 28 and minimum 24 degrees. Kolkata, maximum 34 and minimum 26 degrees. Bangalore, maximum 25 and minimum 20 degrees. Chennai, maximum 34 and minimum 28 degrees. Hyderabad, maximum 26 and minimum 23 degrees.
Co-presented by LIC Zindagi ke saath bhi zindagi ke baad bhi. Co-powered by new Seltos with Kia Connect. Tech is now badass.
Welcome back to our special coverage, Budget 2024 Budget on India Today, where we are just a couple of minutes away from Nirmala Sitharaman scripting a slice of history, becoming the first finance minister to present 7 consecutive budgets, overtaking the record set by Morarji Desai. Nirmala Sitharaman, her second budget this year, the previous one in February was the interim budget before the elections. This is the one which comes as the first budget of Modi 3.0. So therefore, will it be looked at even more closely at setting a template for what the government intends to do over the next 5 years?
Let's spend a moment discussing the finance minister, because he's spoken so much about the budget. Punita Sinha, when she came in, she was completely new to the job, as everyone is when they become FM for the first time, seen as a big leg up. From there on, she's actually grown into the role. She came in a bit, we saw in the initial interviews, a bit hesitant. From there, she's now kind of reached a zone where she feels she belongs and that she's far more comfortable than she was in her initial period.
No, absolutely. I mean, her confidence has grown, as it should. And I think the thing that I like about her is that she's a no-nonsense person, and she doesn't get influenced by lobbies and corporate lobbies and other lobbies, and she does what she has, been the task at hand, and she's very focused on that. So I think it's good to have a non-political finance minister at
And
hand.
she also has the complete faith of the Prime Minister. So that point that Punita makes is absolutely true. She's not getting swayed by any industrialist asking her to lean a certain way. And the Prime Minister trusts her. And that's really one of her big assets, the fact that she has the Prime Minister's complete trust.
And if I may add, that's one of the reasons why she continued as finance minister this time, even though we were told there were a number of other claimants. Who had
for this job, there'll always be multiple.
Yeah, there were, but this time there were people actively pushing for it, saying, she's had her time, it's now our time. But
why does she work so well in the PM scheme of things?
The finance minister in the best of times will be never a popular figure. It is the ministry which has to say no to other ministries. So the fact that Nirmala Sitharaman is making a record with her 7th budget and has done a very fantastic job, has grown in confidence, I think one must commend over and above politics. I think because she does not come from any particular business background or group or clique and has this no-nonsense image, there is an element of there is nothing for her to gain. In fact, she said she doesn't want to run the Lok Sabha election because she does not have personal money for that, right? That also kind of added an aura of no-nonsense, non-corruptibility.
Yeah, there are very few honest politicians. I really like the fact that she's one of the...
She said, I don't have the money.
Subhash, how have you seen her evolve? As somebody who's been involved in making so many budgets, how have you seen her evolve in this position?
I was incidentally her first finance secretary. We put the first budget together. She's extremely hardworking, no doubt about it. I think biggest, nothing to take away from her, the biggest element of her sustainability is that she understands the Prime Minister's mind and tries to implement that as he wants it.
You see, I think that is her strength and her weakness.
By weakness?
And nobody I think at the end of the day, you also want the finance minister. I mean, historically, you want finance ministers who will have their own imprint on policy making. You don't want
you don't want a Pranab
Mukherjee. Also look over your shoulder all the time to second guess what the Prime Minister or the PM want. You also don't want a situation like Pranab Mukherjee
and the retrospective tax where the FM is running amok.
Without and then having a Prime Minister like Manmohan Singh, who had been finance minister himself, but Pranab Mukherjee wanted to run it his own way, or Mr. P. Chidambaram, who some felt was again someone who saw it as an autonomous finance ministry. You want coordination, and I think that's been to the advantage of this government, that the finance minister and the prime minister are on the same page. But I think it also sometimes restricts imagination, innovation, your desire to do something that is a little bit more disruptive.
From the Niti Ayog, you would have worked with her very closely. Yeah. How have you seen her evolve in this role?
Well, I think I can't put it better than Subhash did, which is that she's a person who understands the Prime Minister's mind and implements what he desires and what he sort of feels is the right thing. So that the equation is complete. But the other part of it is that she has worked also very well with the bureaucrats that she has had. She's changed them, and and she's made up she's made her mind clear once in a while as to which ones she wants or not. But giving the sort of freedom or giving the space to people like Somanathan, and Sanjay Kapoor, etc., and Ajay Seth, I think has been her quality as well. That she's kept the team together and let the ideas come from them, go to the PMO, and then come back. And then create, the sort of financial policy that she has.
And in the time that we live, remarkably non-controversial. You see, in the times we live, every minister over the last, particularly in the finance ministry, has often found himself or herself in some tangle or the other.
But you would remember,
for not necessarily for what he or she does in the budget, but what happens off budget.
That's Rajdeep, partly because of the fact that nothing really is attributed to her. These are all Prime Minister side.
No, but she's cleaned up. For example, a lot of borrowings were outside the budget book. She's brought them on board. And look at how conservative she's been. She hasn't been spending recklessly. She's trying to ensure that India meets its fiscal deficit targets and is in that way very conservative and careful with the way she spends her money. So now we want to cut across to Parliament, where we've got these live images coming in. Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman all set to present a 7th budget.
माननीय सदस्यगण, मुझे अपनी ओर से तथा सदन के माननीय सदस्यों की ओर से अंतर संसदीय संघ आईपीयू की प्रेसिडेंट और तंजानिया संयुक्त गणराज्य की नेशनल असेंबली की अध्यक्ष माननीय डॉक्टर तुलिया एक्सन का स्वागत करते हुए अत्यंत प्रसन्नता हो रही है। वे हमारी सम्मानित अतिथि के रूप में भारत की आधिकारिक यात्रा पर आई है। यह हमारे लिए खुशी की बात है कि डॉक्टर एक्सन बजट सत्र को देखने के लिए यहाँ उपस्थित है। माननीय डॉक्टर तुलिया एक्सन शुक्रवार दिनांक 19 जुलाई 2024 को भारत पहुंची। उन्होंने 21 जुलाई 2024 को आगरा का भ्रमण किया और इस समय वह विशेष बॉक्स में आसीन है। हम भारत में उनके सुखद और सफल प्रवास की कामना करते हैं। हम अंतर संसदीय संघ के प्रेसिडेंट के रूप में उनकी भूमिका के लिए सफलता की भी कामना करते हैं। उनके माध्यम से हम तंजानिया गणराज्य की संसद के सदस्यों, तंजानिया की सरकार तथा वहां की मित्र जनता को बधाई और शुभकामनाएं देते हैं। माननीय सदस्यगण, जैसा कि आपको समाचार भाग 2 के माध्यम से पहले ही सूचित किया जा चुका है कि माननीय वित्त मंत्री जी के बजट भाषण की प्रतियां हार्ड कॉपी के रूप में उपलब्ध कराई जाएगी। अतः बजट प्रस्तुत हो जाने के पश्चात माननीय सदस्य कृपया बजट भाषण की अपनी प्रति प्रकाशन काउंटर से प्राप्त कर लें। आपको ये भी सूचित किया जाता है कि माननीय मंत्री द्वारा बजट प्रस्तुत किए जाने के पश्चात बजट की प्रतियां आपको मेंबर्स पोर्टल के माध्यम से भी उपलब्ध करा दी जाएगी। माननीय वित्त मंत्री श्रीमती निर्मला सीतारमण।
Honorable Speaker, I present the budget for 24-25. Introduction. The people of India have reposed their faith in the government led by Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi and re-elected it for a historic third term under his leadership. We are grateful for their support, faith, and trust in our policies. We are determined to ensure that all Indians, regardless of religion, caste, gender, and age, make substantial progress in realizing their life goals and aspirations. Global context. The global economy, while performing better than expected, is still in the grip of policy uncertainties. Elevated asset prices, political uncertainties, and shipping disruptions continue to pose significant downside risks for growth and upside risks to inflation. In this context, India's economic growth continues to be the shining exception and will remain so in the years ahead. India's inflation continues to be low, stable, and moving towards the 4% target. Core inflation, that is non-food and non-fuel, currently is 3.1%. Steps are being taken to ensure supplies of perishable goods reach markets adequately. Interim budget. As mentioned in the interim budget, we need to focus on 4 major castes, namely the Garib, Mahilaye, Yuva, and Annadata, the poor, women, youth, and the farmer. For Annadata, we announced higher minimum support prices a month ago for all major crops, delivering on the promise of at least a 50% margin over costs. Pradhan Mantri Garib Kalyan Anna Yojana was extended for 5 years, benefiting more than 80 crore people. Administrative actions for approval and implementation of various schemes announced in the interim budget are well underway. The required allocations have been made. Budget theme. Turning attention to the full year and beyond in this budget, we particularly focus on employment, skilling, MSMEs, and the middle class. I'm happy to announce the Prime Minister's package of 5 schemes and initiatives to facilitate employment, skilling, and other opportunities for 4.1 crore youth over a 5-year period, with a central outlay of 2 lakh crore rupees. I will speak about them shortly, while more details may be seen in the annexure. This year, I've made a provision of 1.48 lakh rupees, 1.48 lakh crore rupees for education, employment, and skilling. Budget priorities. The people have given a unique opportunity to our government to take the country on the path of strong development and an all-round prosperity. In the interim budget, we promise to present a detailed roadmap for our pursuit of Vikasit Bharat. In line with the strategy set out in the interim budget, this budget envisages sustained efforts on the following 9 priorities for generating ample opportunities for all. Number 1, productivity and resilience in agriculture. Number 2, employment and skilling. Number 3, inclusive human resource development and social justice. 4, manufacturing and services. 5, urban development. 6, energy security. 7, infrastructure. 8, innovation, research and development. And 9, next generation reforms. Subsequent budgets will build on these and add more priorities and actions. A more detailed formulation will be carried out as part of the economic policy framework about which I will speak later in this speech. This budget details some of the specific actions to be initiated in the current year towards fulfillment of these priorities, with potential for transformative changes. The budget also covers some of the previously made announcements with intent to strengthen them and step up their implementation for expediting our journey towards the goal of Viksit Bharat. Priority 1, productivity and resilience in agriculture. Transforming agricultural research. Our government will undertake a comprehensive review of the agricultural research setup to bring the focus on raising productivity and developing climate resilient varieties. Funding will be provided in challenge mode, including to the private sector. Domain experts, both from the government and outside, will oversee the conduct of such research. Release of new varieties. New 109 high-yielding and climate-resilient varieties of 32 field and horticultural crops will be released for cultivation by farmers. Natural farming. In the next 2 years, 1 crore farmers across the country will be initiated into natural farming, supported by certification and branding. Implementation will be through scientific institutions and willing gram panchayats. 10,000 need-based bio-input resource centers will be established. Missions for pulses and oilseeds. For achieving self-sufficiency in pulses and oilseeds, we will strengthen their production, storage, and marketing. As announced in the interim budget, a strategy is being put in place to achieve Atmanirbharta for oilseeds such as mustard, groundnut, sesame, soybean, and sunflower. Vegetable production and supply chains. Large-scale clusters for vegetable production will be developed closer to major consumption centers. We will promote farmer-producer organizations, cooperatives, and startups for vegetable supply chains, including for collection and storage and marketing. Digital public infrastructure for agriculture. Buoyed by the success of the pilot project, our government, in partnership with the states, will facilitate the implementation of the digital public infrastructure in agriculture for coverage of farmers and their lands in 3 years. During this year, digital crop survey for Kharif using the DPI will be taken up in 400 districts. The details of 6 crore farmers and their lands will be brought into the farmer and land registries. Further, the issuance of Jan Samarth-based Kisan credit cards will be enabled in 5 states. Shrimp production and export. Financial support for setting up a network of nucleus breeding centers for shrimp brood stocks will be provided. Financing for shrimp farming, processing, and export will be facilitated through NABARD. National cooperation policy. Our government will bring out a national cooperation policy for systematic, orderly, and all-round development of the cooperative sector. fast-tracking growth of rural economy, and generation of employment opportunities on a large scale will be the policy goal. This year, I have made a provision of 1.52 lakh crore rupees for agriculture and allied sectors. Priority 2, employment and skilling. Employment-linked incentive. Our government will implement following 3 schemes for employment-linked incentive as part of the Prime Minister's package. These will be based on enrollment in the EPFO and focus on recognition of first-time employees and support to employees and employers. Scheme A, first-timers. This scheme will provide 1 month wage to all persons newly entering the workforce in all formal sectors. Direct benefit transfer of 1 month's salary in 3 installments to first-time employees as registered in the EPFO will be up to 15,000 rupees. The eligibility limit will be a salary of 1 lakh per month. The scheme is expected to benefit 210 lakh youths. Scheme B, job creation in manufacturing. This scheme will incentivize additional employment in the manufacturing sector linked to the employment of first-time employees. An incentive will be provided at specified scale directly both to the employee and the employer with respect to the EPFO contribution in the first 4 years of employment. The scheme is expected to benefit 30 lakh youth entering employment and their employers. Scheme C, support to employers. This employer-focused scheme will cover additional employment in all sectors. All additional employment within a salary of 1 lakh rupee per month will be counted. The government will reimburse to employers up to 3,000 rupees per month for 2 years towards the EPFO contribution for each additional employee. The scheme is expected to incentivize additional employment of 50 lakh persons. Participation of women in the workforce. We will facilitate higher participation of women in the workforce through setting up of working women hostels in collaboration with industry and establishing creches. In addition, the partnership will seek to organize women-specific skilling programs and promotion of market access for women SHG enterprises. Skilling program. I'm happy to announce a new centrally sponsored scheme as the 4th scheme under the Prime Minister's package for skilling in collaboration with state governments and industry. 20 lakh youth will be skilled over a 5-year period. Industrial training institutes will be upgraded in hub and spoke arrangements with outcome orientation. Course content and design will be aligned to the skill needs of industry, and new courses will be introduced for emerging needs. Skilling loans. The model skill loan scheme will be revised to facilitate loans up to 7.5 lakh rupees with a guarantee from a government-promoted fund. This measure is expected to help 25,000 students every year. Education loans for helping our youth who have not been eligible for any benefit under government schemes and policies. I am happy to announce a financial support for loans up to 10 lakh rupees for higher education in domestic institutions. E-vouchers for this purpose. E-vouchers for this purpose will be given directly to 1 lakh students every year for annual interest subvention of 3% of the loan amount. Priority 3, inclusive human resource development and social justice. Saturation approach. Our government is committed to all-round, all-pervasive, and all-inclusive development of people, particularly farmers, youth, women, and the poor. For achieving social justice comprehensively, the saturation approach of covering all eligible people through various programs, including those for education and health, will be adopted to empower them by improving their capabilities. Implementation of schemes meant for supporting economic activities by craftsmen, artisans, self-help groups, scheduled caste, scheduled tribe, and women entrepreneurs and street vendors such as the PM Vishwakarma, PM Swanidhi, National Livelihood Missions, and Stand Up India will be stepped up. Purvodaya. The states in the eastern part of the country are rich in endowments and have strong cultural traditions. We will formulate a plan, Purvodaya, for the all-round development of the eastern region of the country, covering Bihar, Jharkhand, West Bengal, Odisha, and Andhra Pradesh. This will cover human resource development, infrastructure, and generation of economic opportunities to make the region an engine to attain Vikasit Bharat. On the Amritsar-Kolkata Industrial Corridor, we will support development of an industrial node at Gaya. This corridor will catalyze industrial development of the eastern region. The industrial node at Gaya will also be a good model for developing our ancient centers of cultural importance into future centers of modern economy. This model shall showcase Vikas B, Virasat B in our growth trajectory. We will also support development of road connectivity projects, namely 1. Patna-Purnia Expressway, 2. Buxar-Bhagalpur Expressway, 3. Bodh Gaya, Rajgir, Vaishali, and Darbhanga spurs, and 4. Additional 2-lane bridge over River Ganga at Buxar at a total cost of 26,000 crore rupees. Power projects, including setting up of a new 2,400 megawatt power plant at Pir Painti, will be taken up at a cost of 21,400 crore rupees. New airports, medical colleges, and sports infrastructure in Bihar will be constructed. An additional allocation to support capital investments will be provided. The requests of Bihar government for external assistance from multilateral development banks will be expedited. Pradesh Reorganization Act. Our government has made concerted efforts to fulfill the commitments in Andhra Pradesh Reorganization Act. Recognizing the state's need for the capital, recognizing the state's need for a capital, we will facilitate special financial support through multilateral development agencies. In the current financial year, 15,000 crore rupees will be arranged with additional amounts in future years. Our government is fully committed to financing and early completion of the Polavaram irrigation project, which is the lifeline for Andhra Pradesh and its farmers. This will facilitate our country's food security as well. Under the Act, Andhra Pradesh Reorganization Act, for promoting industrial development, funds will be provided for essential infrastructure such as water, power, railways, and roads. In Kopparthi node on the Visakhapatnam-Chennai Industrial Corridor and Varavakal node on the Hyderabad-Bangalore Industrial Corridor. An additional allocation will be provided this year towards capital investment for economic growth. Grants for backward regions of Rayalaseema, Prakasham, North Coastal Andhra, as stated in the Act, will be provided. PM Awas Yojana. 3 crore additional houses under the PM Awas Yojana in rural and urban areas in the country have been announced, for which the necessary allocations are being made. Women-led development. For promoting women-led development, the budget carries an allocation of more than 3 lakh crore for schemes benefiting women and girls. This signals our government's commitment for enhancing women's role in economic development. Pradhan Mantri Janjatiya Unnat Gram Abhiyan. For improving the socio-economic condition of tribal communities, we will launch the Pradhan Mantri Janjatiya Unnat Gram Abhiyan by adopting saturation coverage for tribal families in tribal majority villages and aspirational districts. This will cover 63,000 villages, benefiting 5 crore tribal people. Bank branches in northeastern region. More than 100 branches of India Post Payment Bank will be set up in the northeast region to expand the banking services. This year, I have made a provision of 2.66 lakh crore rupees for rural development, including rural infrastructure. Priority 4, manufacturing and services, support for promotion of MSMEs. This budget provides special attention to MSMEs and manufacturing, particularly labor-intensive manufacturing. We have formulated a package covering financing, regulatory changes, and technology support for MSMEs to help them grow and also compete globally, as mentioned in the interim budget. I'm happy to announce the following specific measures. Credit guarantee scheme for MSMEs in the manufacturing sector. For facilitating term loans to MSMEs for purchase of machinery and equipment without collateral or third-party guarantee, a credit guarantee scheme will be introduced. The scheme will operate on pooling of credit risks of such MSMEs. A separately constituted self-financing guarantee fund will provide to each applicant guarantee cover up to 100 crore rupees, while the loan amount may be larger. The borrower will have to provide an upfront guarantee fee and an annual guarantee fee on the reducing loan balance. New assessment model for MSME credit. Public sector banks will build their own in-house capability to assess MSMEs for credit instead of relying on external assessment. They will also take a lead in developing or getting developed a new credit assessment model based on the scoring of digital footprints of the MSMEs in the economy. This is expected to be a significant improvement over the traditional assessment of credit eligibility based only on asset or turnover criteria. That will also cover MSMEs without a formal accounting system. Credit support to MSMEs during stress period. I'm happy to announce a new mechanism for facilitating continuation of bank credit to MSMEs during their stress period while being in special mention account, SMA stage, for reasons beyond their control. MSMEs need credit to continue their business and to avoid getting into the NPA stage. Credit availability will be supported through a guarantee from a government-promoted fund. Mudra loans. The limit of Mudra loans will be enhanced to 20 lakh from the current 10 lakh for those entrepreneurs who have availed and successfully repaid previous loans under the Tarun category. Enhanced scope for mandatory onboarding in trades. For facilitating MSMEs to unlock their working capital by converting their trade receivables into cash, I propose to reduce the turnover threshold of buyers for mandatory onboarding on the trades platform from rupees 500 crore to 250 crore rupees. This measure will bring 22 more CPSCs and 7,000 more companies onto the platform. Medium enterprises will also be included in the scope of the suppliers. SIDBI branches in MSME clusters. SIDBI will open new branches to expand its reach to serve all major MSME clusters within 3 years and provide direct credit to them. With the opening of 24 such branches this year, the service coverage will expand to 168 out of 242 major clusters. MSME units for food irradiation, quality and safety testing. Financial support for setting up of 50 multi-product food irradiation units in the MSME sector will be provided. Setting up of 100 food quality and safety testing labs with NABL accreditation will be facilitated. E-commerce export hubs to enable MSMEs and traditional artisans to sell their products in international markets. E-commerce export hubs will be set up in public-private partnership mode. These hubs, under a seamless regulatory and logistic framework, will facilitate trade and export-related services under one roof. Measures for promotion of manufacturing and services. Internship in top companies. As the fifth scheme under Prime Minister's package, our government will launch a comprehensive scheme for providing internship internship opportunities in 500 top companies to 1 crore youth in 5 years. They will gain exposure for 12 months to real-life business environment, varied professions, and employment opportunities. An internship allowance of 5,000 per month, 5,000 rupees per month, along with a one-time assistance of 6,000 rupees will be provided. Companies will be expected to bear the training cost and 10% of their internship cost from their CSR funds. Industrial parks. Our government will facilitate development of investment-ready, plug-and-play industrial parks with complete infrastructure in or near 100 cities in partnership with the states and private sector by better using town planning schemes. 12 industrial parks under the National Industrial Corridor Development Program also will be sanctioned.
Veggie paper, no. Please, Betty.
Rental housing with dormitory type accommodation for industrial workers will be, just 1 minute. Rental housing, I repeat, rental housing with dormitory type accommodation for industrial workers will be facilitated in PPP mode with VGF support and commitment from anchor industries. Shipping industry, ownership, leasing, and flagging reforms will be implemented to improve the share of Indian shipping industry and generate more employment. Critical mineral mission. We will set up a critical mineral mission for domestic production, recycling of critical minerals, and overseas acquisition of critical mineral assets. Its mandate will include technology development, skilled workforce, extended producer responsibility framework, and a suitable financing mechanism. Offshore mining of minerals. Our government will launch the auction of the first tranche of offshore blocks for mining, building on the exploration already carried out. Digital public infrastructure applications. Turning to the services sector, I propose development of DPI applications at population scale for productivity gains, business opportunities, and innovation by the private sector. These are planned in the areas of credit, e-commerce, education, health, law and justice, logistics, MSME service delivery, and urban governance. Integrated technology platform for IBC ecosystem. An integrated technology platform will be set up for improving the outcomes under the Insolvency Bankruptcy Code for achieving consistency, transparency, timely processing, and better oversight for all stakeholders. Voluntary closure of LLPs. The services of the Center for Processing Accelerated Corporate Exit, CPACE, will be extended for voluntary closure of LLPs to reduce the closure times. National Company Law Tribunals. The IBC has resolved more than 1,000 companies, resulting in direct recovery of 3.3 lakh crore to creditors. 3.3 lakh crore rupees to creditors. In addition, 28,000 cases involving over 10 lakh crore rupees have been disposed of even prior to admission. Appropriate changes to the IBC, reforms and strengthening of the tribunal and appellate tribunals will be initiated to speed up insolvency resolution. Additional tribunals will be established. Out of those, some will be notified to decide cases exclusively under the Companies Act. Debt recovery. Steps for reforming and strengthening debt recovery tribunals will be taken. Additional tribunals will be established to speed up recovery. Priority 5, urban development. Cities as growth hubs. Working with states, our government will facilitate development of cities as growth hubs. This will be achieved through economic and transit planning and orderly development of peri-urban areas utilizing town planning schemes. Creative redevelopment of cities. For creative brownfield redevelopment of existing cities with a transformative impact, our government will formulate a framework for enabling policies, market-based mechanisms, and regulation. Transit-oriented development. Transit-oriented development plans for 14 large cities with a population above 30 lakh will be formulated, along with an implementation and financing strategy. Urban housing. Under the PM Awas Yojana, Urban 2.0, housing needs of 1 crore urban poor and middle-class families will be addressed with an investment of 10 lakh crore rupees. This will include the central assistance of 2.2 lakh crore rupees in the next 5 years. A provision of interest subsidy to facilitate loans at affordable rates is also envisaged. In addition, enabling policies and regulations for efficient and transparent rental housing markets with enhanced availability will also be put in place. Water supply and sanitation. In partnership with state governments and multilateral development banks, we will promote water supply, sewage treatments, and solid waste management projects and services for 100 large cities through bankable projects. These projects will also envisage use of treated water for irrigation and filling up of tanks in nearby areas. Street markets. Building on the success of PM Swanidhi scheme in transforming the lives of street vendors, our government envisions a scheme to support each year over the next 5 years the development of 100 weekly hearts or street food hubs in select cities. Stamp duty. We will encourage states which continue to charge high stamp duty to moderate the rates for all and also consider further lowering duties for properties purchased by women. This reform will be made an essential component of urban development schemes. Priority 6, energy security, energy transition. In the interim budget, I had announced our strategy to sustain high and more resource-efficient economic growth, along with the energy security in terms of availability, accessibility, and affordability. We will bring out a policy document on appropriate energy transition pathways that balances the imperatives of employment, growth, and environmental sustainability. PM Surya Ghar Muft Bijli Yojana. PM Surya Ghar Muft Bijli Yojana. In line with the announcement in the interim budget, PM Surya Ghar Muft Bijli Yojana has been launched to install rooftop solar plants to enable 1 crore households obtain free electricity up to 300 units every month. The scheme has generated remarkable response with more than 1.28 crore registrations and 14 lakh applications, and we will further encourage it. Pumped storage policy. A policy for promoting pumped storage projects will be brought out for electricity storage and facilitating smooth integration of the growing share of renewable energy with its variable and intermittent nature in the overall energy mix. Research and development of small and modular nuclear reactors. Nuclear energy is expected to form a very significant part of the energy mix for Vikasit Bharat. Towards that pursuit, our government will partner with the private sector for 1. Setting up Bharat Small Reactors. 2. Research and development of Bharat Small Modular Reactor. And 3. Research and development of newer technologies for nuclear energy. The R&D funding announced in the interim budget will be made available for this sector also. Advanced ultra supercritical thermal power plants. The development of indigenous technology for advanced ultra supercritical thermal power plants with much higher efficiency has been completed. A joint venture between NTPC and BHEL will set up a full-scale 800 megawatt commercial plant using AUSC technology. The government will provide the required fiscal support. Moving forward, development of indigenous capacity for the production of high-grade steel and other advanced metallurgy materials for these plants will result in strong spin-off benefits for the economy. Roadmap for hard-to-abate industries. A roadmap for moving the hard-to-abate industries from energy efficiency targets to emission targets will be formulated. Appropriate regulations for transition of these industries from the current perform, achieve, and trade mode to Indian carbon market mode will be put in place. Support to traditional micro and small industries. An investment-grade energy audit of traditional micro and small industries in 60 clusters, including brass and ceramic, will be facilitated. Financial support will be provided for shifting them to cleaner forms of energy and implementation of energy efficiency measures. The scheme will be replicated in another 100 clusters in the next phase. Priority 7, infrastructure investment by central government. Significant investment the central government has made over the years in building and improving infrastructure has had a strong multiplier effect on the economy. We will endeavor to maintain strong fiscal support for infrastructure over the next 5 years in conjunction with imperatives of other priorities and fiscal consolidation. This year, I have provided 11,11,111 crore rupees for capital expenditure. This would be 3.4% of our GDP. Infrastructure investment by state governments. We will encourage states to provide support of similar scale for infrastructure, subject to their development priorities. A provision of 1.5 lakh crore rupees for long-term interest-free loans have been made this year also to support the states in their resource allocation. Private investment in infrastructure. Investment in infrastructure by private sector will be promoted through viability gap funding and enabling policies and regulations. A market-based financing framework will be brought out. Pradhan Mantri Gram Sadak Yojana, Phase 4 of the PMGSY will be launched to provide all-weather connectivity to 25,000 rural habitations, which have become eligible in view of their population increase. Irrigation and flood mitigation. Bihar has frequently suffered from floods, many of them originating outside the country. Plans to build flood control structures in Nepal are yet to progress. Our government, through the Accelerated Irrigation Benefit Program and other sources, will provide financial support for projects with estimated cost of 11,500 crore rupees, such as the Kosi-Michi intra-state link and 20 other ongoing and new schemes, including barrages, river pollution abatement, and irrigation projects. In addition, survey and investigation of Kosi-related flood mitigation and irrigation projects will be undertaken. Assam grapples with floods every year by the Brahmaputra River and its tributaries originating outside India. We will provide assistance to Assam for flood management and related projects. Himachal Pradesh suffered extensive losses due to floods last year. Our government will provide assistance to the state for reconstruction and rehabilitation through multilateral development assistance. Uttarakhand too suffered losses due to cloudbursts and massive landslides. We will provide assistance to the state. Recently, Sikkim witnessed devastating flash floods and landslides that wreaked havoc across the state. Our government will provide assistance to the state. Tourism. Tourism has always been a part of our civilization. Our efforts in positioning India as a global tourist destination will also create jobs, stimulate investments, and unlock economic opportunities for other sectors. In addition to the measures outlined in the interim budget, I propose the following measures. Vishnupad Temple at Gaya and Mahabodhi Temple at Bodh Gaya in Bihar are of immense spiritual significance. Comprehensive development of Vishnupad Temple Corridor and Mahabodhi Temple Corridor will be supported, modeled on the successful Kashi Vishwanath Temple Corridor to transform them into world-class pilgrim and tourist destinations. Rajgir holds immense religious significance for Hindus, Buddhists, and Jains. The 20th Tirthankara Muniswarata Temple in the Jain temple complex is ancient. The Saptarishi, or the 7 hot springs, form a warm water Brahmkund that is sacred. A comprehensive development initiative for Rajgir will be undertaken. Our government will support the development of Nalanda as a tourist center besides reviving Nalanda University to its glorious stature, Odisha's scenic beauty, temples, monuments, craftsmanship, wildlife sanctuaries, natural landscapes, and pristine beaches make it an ultimate tourism destination. Our government will provide assistance for their development to Odisha as well. Priority 8, innovation, research, and development. We will operationalize the Anusandhan National Research Fund for basic research and prototype development. Further, we will set up a mechanism for spurring private sector-driven research and innovation at commercial scale, with a financing pool of 1 lakh crore rupees in line with the announcement in the interim budget. Space economy, with our continued emphasis on expanding the space economy by 5 times in the next 10 years, a venture capital fund of 1,000 crore rupees will be set up. Priority 9, next generation reforms. Economic policy framework. We will formulate an economic policy framework to delineate the overarching approach to economic development and set the scope of the next generation of reforms for facilitating employment opportunities and sustaining high growth. Our government will initiate and incentivize reforms for 1, improving productivity of factors of production, and 2, facilitating markets and sectors to become more efficient. These reforms will cover all factors of production, namely land, labor, capital, and entrepreneurship, and technology as an enabler of improving total factor productivity and bridging inequality. Effective implementation of several of these reforms requires collaboration between the center and the states, and building consensus as development of the country lies in development of the states. For promoting competitive federalism and incentivizing states for faster implementation of reforms, I propose to earmark a significant part of the 50-year interest-free loan. Working with the states, we will initiate the following reforms. Land-related reforms and actions, both in the rural and urban areas, will cover land administration, will cover 1, land administration, planning and management, and 2, urban planning usage and building bylaws. These will be incentivized for completion within the next 3 years through appropriate fiscal support. Rural land-related actions. Rural land-related actions will include 1, assignment of unique land parcel identification number, UL PIN, or Bhu Aadhaar for all lands. 2, digitization of cadastral maps. 3, survey of subdivisions, survey of map subdivisions as per current ownership. 4, establishment of land registry. And 5, linking to the farmers registry. These actions will also facilitate credit flow and other agricultural services. Urban land-related actions. Land records in urban areas will be digitized with GIS mapping. An IT-based system for property record administration, updating, and tax administration will be established. These will also facilitate improving the financial position of urban local bodies. Labor-related reforms. Services to labor. Our government will facilitate the provision of a wide array of services to labor, including those for employment and skilling. A comprehensive integration of e-Shram portal with other portals will facilitate Such one-stop solution, open architecture databases for the rapidly changing labor market, skill requirements, and available job roles, and a mechanism to connect job aspirants with potential employers and skill providers will be covered in these services. Shram Suvidha and Samadhan portal. Shram Suvidha and Samadhan portal will be revamped to enhance ease of compliance for industry and trade. Capital and entrepreneurship related reforms, financial sector vision and strategy. For meeting financing needs of the economy, our government will bring out a financial sector vision and strategy document to prepare the sector in terms of size, capacity, and skills. This will set the agenda for the next 5 years and guide the work of the government, regulators, financial institutions, and market participants. Taxonomy for climate finance. We will develop taxonomy for climate finance for enhancing the availability of capital for climate adaptation and mitigation. This will support achievement of the country's climate commitments and green transition. Variable capital company structure. We will seek the required legislative approval for providing an efficient and flexible mode for financing leasing of aircrafts and ships and pooled funds of private equity through a variable company structure. Foreign direct investments and overseas investment. The rules and regulations for foreign direct investment and overseas investments will be simplified to 1. Facilitate foreign direct investments, 2. Nudge prioritization, and 3. Promote opportunities for using Indian rupee as a currency for overseas investment. NPS Vatsalya. NPS Vatsalya, a plan for contribution by parents and guardians for minors, will be started. On attaining the age of majority, the plan can be converted seamlessly into a normal NPS account. Use of technology. We have successfully used technology for improving productivity and bridging inequality in our economy during the past 10 years. Public investment in digital infrastructure and innovations by the private sector have helped in improving access of all citizens, particularly the common people, to market resources, education, health, and services. We will step up adoption of technology towards digitalization of the economy. Ease of doing business. For enhancing ease of doing business, we are already working on the Jan Vishwas Bill 2.0. Further, states will be incentivized for implementation of the business reforms, action plans, and digitalization. Data and statistics. For improving data governance, collection, processing, and management of data and statistics, different sectoral databases, including those established under the Digital India Mission, will be utilized with active use of technology tools. New pension scheme. The committee to review the NPS has made considerable progress in its work. I'm happy that the staff side of the National Council of the Joint Consultative Machinery for Central Government Employees has taken a constructive approach. A solution will be evolved which addresses the relevant issues while maintaining fiscal prudence to protect the common citizens. Budget estimates for 24-25. For the year 24-25, total receipts other than borrowings and the total expenditure are estimated at 32.07 lakh crore rupees and 48.21 lakh crore rupees respectively. The net tax receipts are estimated at 25.83 lakh crore rupees. The fiscal deficit is estimated at 4.9% of the GDP. The gross and the net market borrowings through dated securities during 24-25 are estimated at 14.01 lakh crore rupees and 11.63 lakh crore rupees respectively. Both will be less than that in 23-24. The fiscal consolidation path announced by me in 2021 has served our economy very well, and we aim to reach the deficit below 4.5% next year. The government is committed to staying the course. From 2026-27 onwards, our endeavor will be to keep the fiscal deficit each year such that the central government's debt will be on a declining path as percentage of GDP. I will now move to part B. Indirect taxes. Sir, I start with GST. It has decreased tax incidence on the common man, reduced compliance burden and logistics cost for trade and industry, and enhanced revenues of the central and the state governments. It is a success of vast proportions. To multiply the benefits of GST, we will strive to further simplify and rationalize the tax structure and endeavor to expand it to the remaining sectors. My proposals for customs duties intend to support domestic manufacturing, deepen local value addition, promote export competitiveness, and simplify taxation while keeping the interest of the general public and consumers surmount. In Budget 22-23, we reduced the number of customs duty rates. I propose to undertake a comprehensive review of the rate structure over the next 6 months to rationalize and simplify it for ease of trade, removal of duty inversion, and reduction of disputes. I shall now take up sector-specific customs duty proposals. Medicine and medical equipments. To provide relief to cancer patients, I propose to fully exempt 3 more medicines from customs duties. I also propose changes in the BCD on X-ray tubes and flat panel detectors for use in medical X-ray machines under the phased manufacturing program so as to synchronize them with the domestic capacity addition. Mobile phone and related parts. With a 3-fold increase in domestic production and almost a 100-fold jump in exports of mobile phones over the last 6 years, the Indian mobile industry has matured. In the interest of consumers, I now propose to reduce the BCD on mobile phone, mobile PCBA, and mobile charger to 15%. Critical minerals. Minerals such as lithium, copper, cobalt, and rare earth elements are critical for sectors like nuclear energy, renewable energy, space, defense, telecommunications, and high-tech electronics. I propose to fully exempt customs duties on 25 critical minerals and reduce BCD on 2 of them. This will provide a major fillip to the processing and refining of such minerals and help secure their availability for these strategic and important sectors. Solar energy. Energy transition is critical in the fight against climate change. To support energy transition, I propose to expand the list of exempted capital goods for use in the manufacture of solar cells and panels in the country. Further, in view of sufficient domestic manufacturing capacity of solar gas, glass, and tinned copper interconnect, I propose not to extend the exemption of custom duties provided to them. Marine products. India's seafood exports in the last financial year touched an all-time high of more than 60,000 crores of rupees. Frozen shrimp accounted for about 2/3 of these exports. To enhance their competitiveness, I propose to reduce BCD on certain broodstock, polychaete worms, shrimp, and fish feed to 5%. I also propose to exempt customs duty on various inputs for manufacture of shrimp and fish feed. Leather and textile. Similarly, to enhance the competitiveness of exports in the leather and textile sectors, I propose to reduce BCD on real down-filling material from duck or goose. I am also making additions to the list of exempted goods for manufacture of leather and textile garments, footwear, and other leather articles for export. To rectify inversion in duty, I propose to reduce BCD subject to conditions on methylene diphenyl diisocyanate, MDI, for manufacture of spandex yarn from 7.5 to 5%. Furthermore, the export duty structure on raw hides, skin, and leather is proposed to be simplified and rationalized. Precious metals. To enhance domestic value addition in gold and precious metal jewelry in the country, I propose to reduce customs duties on gold and silver to 6% and that of platinum to 6.4%. Other metals. Steel and copper are important raw materials. To reduce their cost of production, I propose to remove the BCD on ferronickel and blister copper. I am also continuing with nil BCD on ferrous scrap and nickel cathode and concessional BCD of 2.5% on copper scrap. Electronics. To increase value addition in the domestic electronics industry, I propose to remove the BCD subject to conditions on oxygen-free copper for manufacture of resistors. I also propose to exempt certain parts for manufacture of connectors. Chemicals and petrochemicals. To support existing and new capacities in the pipeline, I propose to increase the BCD on ammonium nitrate from 7.5% to 10%. Plastics. PVC flex banners are non-biodegradable and hazardous for environment and health. To curb their imports, I propose to raise the BCD on them from 10 to 25. Telecommunication equipment. To incentivize domestic manufacturing, I propose to increase the BCD from 10 to 15% on PCBA of specified telecom equipment. Trade facilitation. To promote domestic aviation and boat and ship MRO, I propose to extend the period for export of goods imported for repairs from 6 months to 1 year. I'll read that again. To promote domestic aviation and boat and ship maintenance, repair, and operations, I propose to extend the period for export of goods imported for repairs from 6 months to 1 year. In the same vein, I propose to extend the time limit for re-import of goods for repairs under warranty from 3 to 5 years. I now move to direct taxes. We will continue our efforts to simplify taxes, improve taxpayer services, provide tax certainty, and reduce litigation while enhancing revenues for funding the development and welfare schemes of the government. It has been our endeavor To simplify taxation, we have taken a number of measures in the last few years, including introduction of simplified tax regimes without exemptions and deductions for corporate tax and for personal income tax. This has been appreciated by taxpayers. 58% of corporate tax came from the simplified tax regime in the financial year 22-23. Similarly, as per data available till now, for the last fiscal, more than 2/3 have availed the new personal income tax regime. Comprehensive review of the Income Tax Act. I am now announcing a comprehensive review of the Income Tax Act 1961. The purpose is to make the act concise, lucid, easy to read and understand. This will reduce disputes and litigation, thereby providing tax certainty to the taxpayers. I will also bring down the demand embroiled in litigation. It is proposed to be completed in 6 months. A beginning is being made in the finance bill by simplifying the tax regime for charities, tedious rate structures, provisions of reassessment and such provisions, and capital gains taxation. Simplification for charities and tedious. Two tax exemption regimes. The two tax exemption regimes for charities are proposed to be merged into one. The 5% tedious rate on many payments is being merged into the 2% tedious rate, and the 20% tedious rate on repurchase of units by mutual funds or UTI is being withdrawn. Tedious rate on e-commerce operators is proposed to be reduced from 1 to 0.1%. Moreover, credit of TCS is proposed to be given in the TDS to be deducted on salary. Further, I propose to decriminalize delay for payment of TDS up to the due date of filing statement for the same. I also plan to provide a standard operating procedure for TDS defaults and simplify and rationalize the compounding guidelines for such defaults. Simplification of reassessment. I propose to thoroughly simplify the provisions for reopening and reassessment. An assessment hereinafter can be reopened beyond 3 years from the end of the assessment year only if the escaped income is 50 lakh rupees or more, up to a maximum period of 5 years from the end of the assessment year. Even in such cases, a time limit of 6 years before the year of the search, as against the existing time limit of 10 years, is being proposed. This will reduce tax uncertainty and disputes. Simplification and rationalization of capital gains. Capital gains taxation is also proposed to be hugely simplified. Short-term gains on certain financial assets shall henceforth attract a tax rate of 20%, while that on all other financial assets and all non-financial assets shall continue to attract the applicable tax rate. Long-term gains on all financial and non-financial assets, on the other hand, will attract a tax rate of 12.5%. For the benefit of the lower and the middle income classes, I propose to increase the limit of exemption of capital gains on certain financial assets to 1.25 lakh rupees per year. Listed financial assets held for more than a year will be classified as long-term, while unlisted financial assets and all non-financial assets will have to be held for at least 2 years to be classified as long-term. Unlisted bonds and debentures, debt mutual funds, and market-linked debentures, irrespective of holding period, however, will attract tax on capital gains at applicable rates. Taxpayer services. All the major taxpayer services under GST and most services under customs and income tax have been digitalized. All remaining services of customs and income tax, including rectification and order giving effect to appellate orders, shall be digitalized and made paperless over the next 2 years. Litigation and appeals. While our concerted efforts to reduce pendency of appeals at various appellate fora are beginning to show good results, it will continue to engage our highest attention. To dispose of the backlog of first appeals, I plan to deploy more officers to hear and decide such appeals, especially those with large tax effect. For resolution of certain income tax disputes pending in appeal, I am also proposing Vivad Se Vishwas Scheme 2024. Further, I propose to increase monetary limits for filing appeals related to direct taxes, excise, and service tax in the tax tribunals, high courts, and Supreme Court to 60 lakh rupees, 2 crore rupees, and 5 crore respectively, with a view to reduce litigation and provide certainty in international taxation. We will expand the scope of safe harbor rules and make them more attractive. We will also streamline the transfer pricing assessment procedure. Employment and investment. I have a few proposals to promote investment and foster employment. First of all, to bolster the Indian startup ecosystem, boost the entrepreneurial spirit, and to support innovation, I propose to abolish the so-called angel tax for all classes of investors. Second, there is tremendous potential for cruise tourism in India. To give a fillip to this employment-generating industry, I am proposing a simpler tax regime for foreign shipping companies operating domestic cruises in the country. Third, India is a world leader in the diamond cutting and polishing industry, which employs a large number of skilled workers. To further promote the development of this sector, we would provide for safe harbor rates for foreign mining companies selling raw diamonds in the country. Fourth, to attract foreign capital for our development needs, I propose to reduce the corporate tax rate on foreign companies from 40 to 35%. Deepening the tax base. I have a couple of proposals for deepening the tax base. First, security transaction tax on futures and options of securities is proposed to be increased to 0.02% and 0.1% respectively. Second, for reasons of equity, I propose to tax income received on buyback of shares in the hands of recipients. Other proposals. To improve social security benefits, deduction of expenditure by employers towards NPS is proposed to be increased from 10 to 14% of the employee's salary. Similarly, deduction of this expenditure up to 14% of salary from the income of employees in private sector, public sector banks, and undertakings opting for the new tax regime is proposed to be provided. Indian professionals working in multinationals get ESOPs and invest in social security schemes and other movable assets abroad. Non-reporting of such small foreign assets has penal consequences under the Black Money Act. Such non-reporting of movable assets up to 20 lakh rupees is proposed to be depenalized. Other major proposals in the finance bill relate to withdrawal of equalization levy of 2%, expansion of tax benefits to certain funds and entities in IFSCs, and immunity from penalty and prosecution to Benamidar on full and true disclosure so as to improve conviction under the Benami Transaction Prohibition Act 1988. Personal income tax. Coming to personal income tax rates, I have two announcements to make for those opting for the new tax regime. First, the standard deduction for salaried employees is proposed to be increased from 50,000 to 75,000 rupees. Similarly, deduction on family pension for pensioners is proposed to be enhanced from 15,000 to 25,000 rupees. This will provide relief to about 4 crore salaried individuals and pensioners. Second, in the new tax regime, the tax rate structure is proposed to be revised as follows. 0 to 3 lakh rupees, nil. 3 to 7 lakh rupees, 5%. 7 to 10 lakh rupees, 10%. 10 to 12 lakh rupees, 15%. 12 to 15 lakh rupees, 20%. And above 15 lakh rupees, 30%. As a result of these changes, a salaried employee in the new tax regime stands to save up to 17,500 rupees in income tax. Apart from these, I am also making some other changes as given in the annexure. As a result of these proposals, revenue of about 37,000 crore, that is 29,000 crore in direct taxes and 8,000 crore in indirect taxes will be foregone, while revenue of about 30,000 crore rupees will be additionally mobilized. Thus, the total revenue foregone is about 7,000 crores annually. Mr. Speaker, sir, with this, I commend the budget to this august House. Jai Hind.
Item number 2. Number 2.
Sir, with your permission, I rise to lay on the table the following statements under Section 3 of the Fiscal Responsibility and Budget Management, FRBM Act 2003, medium-term fiscal policy cum fiscal policy strategy statement and macroeconomic framework statement.
Item number 3.
Sir, with your permission, I rise to move for leave to introduce the Finance Number 2 Bill 2024.
प्रश्न ये कि विधेयक को पूरा स्थापित करने की अनुमति प्रदान की जाए। जो सदस्य इसके पक्ष में हाँ कहें, जो सदस्य विरोध में ना कहें, मेरे विचार में निर्णय हाँ वालों के पक्ष में अनुमति प्रदान की जाती है। माननीय मंत्री जी, अब विधेयक पूरा स्थापित करें।
Sir, I introduce the bill.
Item number 4.
The Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir budget. Sir, I rise to present a statement, Hindi and English versions, of the estimated receipts and expenditure of the Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir for the year 24-25.
सभा की कार्रवाई कल बुधवार दिनांक 24 जुलाई 2024 को प्राप्त 11 बजे तक के लिए स्थगित की जाती है।
There are some innovative new ideas in the budget which will be spoken of, but there are also some financial measures which will have a very negative impact on the stock markets in particular. I want to go across to Harsh Madhusudan Gupta first on the increase in the long-term capital gains tax from 10% to 12%. Adding to the short-term capital gains tax makes sense because you want to cut down on speculative activities. But when the idea has been to push investors into mutual funds, bring them into the markets, why would the government do something like this?
I think the government has also increased the exemption from 1 lakh to 1.25 lakhs. So I think it's a trade-off. I agree that it's an increase on patient capital. Nonetheless, 10 to 12.5% when the markets are booming.
But they won't be booming if you keep increasing taxes in this fashion. Punita Sinha is looking most disappointed. 2.5% of her returns in her portfolio just went out. You'll have to pay more to be trusted.
But you see, I mean, this was what markets were worried about, right?
Yes.
That there would be this tinkering. Is that the reason why the markets are in the red at the moment?
Yeah, because I don't think anyone was talking about an increase in a long-term capital. I mean, there was speculation, but it wasn't something that was widely expected.
No, but this will
so
impact the mood
surprise.
terribly. Why would they do this? I'm trying to understand, Subhash.
Well, I think,
increasing, you've explained that speculative activities are going off. We need to clamp down on futures trading. There's too much gambling happening. That's understandable. This is long-term capital gains tax. You got it stable at 10%. It's going okay. The markets are doing well. Investors are investing. Why give them this?
But I'll just say one thing. Globally, at least in the US, long-term capital gains tax rate is 20%. So India was far lower. So maybe there's some rationalization going on.
But if it is broke, why fix it?
That's the point.
Yeah, but the fact is that the fact is what you said in the morning, right? There were people who the government felt had benefited.
But that's not a long-term capital gains tax. Ek saal se zyada hold karna padta hai.
Even long-term capital gains tax, there are people who benefited hugely in the last few years. Why should they, at some level or the other, not pay a little bit more? Is the government's rationale?
And our income tax rate is higher than our capital gains tax.
So I think from the short-term perspective, market, how do they react? It might look to be a terrible move or non-politically correct move from the government's point of view. But if you look at the long-term health and the fair bit of taxation between the labor-earning people and those who earn from capital, I think both the measures, the options, derivatives, as well as raising the long-term capital gains is.
No, but Rajiv Kumar makes an important point. Why fix something which
this is not fixing? This is fixing for long term. Let me also tell you that the 10% was introduced when I was in the system,
from zero,
and this was very widely criticized. This will also be criticized, but we should move, as Devina was also saying, towards a fair bit of taxation for the long.
You need foreign capital to come and invest in your assets here. You need households saving to go into financial instruments.
Foreign investors don't pay
Most of the foreign investors don't pay capital gains tax.
Why not?
All sovereign funds are exempt. All foreign funds.
But this is about all those who are watching India Today at this time, whether they've got direct equity investments or they're investing through mutual funds or through alternate investment funds or through whatever tool they're using to invest, they'll have to pay more tax.
Of course they will.
Yeah, but think about it. I mean, if you get money, put money in a fixed deposit, you pay the income tax rate.
Everywhere
you pay
pay.
capital. You get capital gains. You're getting lower. So maybe now that the market is more mature,
interest you pay.
they can raise the levels and rationalize.
Plus, she hasn't signaled direction. Is the idea to take it from 12.5 further to 15, 17.5 to 20? I mean, that's deeply problematic.
Why should they say it?
No, because it will have an impact on the mood in the
You may
markets.
interpret. But if the market interpreted this way, that maybe next year it will go to 15%, it will sell off more. But necessarily that's not a bad
But
direction.
presumably they did this because this was at a time when the markets have been buoyant pre-budget. What you said
They were
earlier
maybe
was
overheating.
like-
I mean, the logic would be that the
Therefore,
markets are overheating.
This was the right time to do it. You wouldn't want to do it at a time when if you'd gone into the budget over a couple of months where the markets were depressed. You've gone into it where there's already been a pre-budget rally. So you can soften, just think about it in 2004. You remember the famous budget where the markets crashed and A.B. Bardhan, the CPI leader, said, "Bhaad mein jai markets," and everyone judged that budget from the market's perspective. I don't think it would be fair to judge it purely by whether the markets are in the red or not, given the short-term reaction. I think there was much more before.
No, sure.
I think the political aspects of it, for me, have stood out. This was not so much a union budget. At some time, for a while, it was a budget for Bihar and Andhra Pradesh. I mean, we are a country with 28 states, Rahul. And yet all the focus when it came to specific allotments is for 2 states of the country.
No,
I mean, what's the message there?
No, but
That
that's
the other
not
26
fair.
states
A lot of
this
the
country
scheme,
don't
that
matter.
Purbodaya scheme was for all eastern states, not like they've
come on.
clubbed Bihar and Andhra.
The
and of course that
specific
should-
allotments were very clear for Bihar and for Andhra Pradesh. You speak about tourism, you focus on Bihar. You speak about infrastructure, you give specific allotments to Bihar. I mean, there are 28 states in this country.
I think it was only cleverly called Purbodaya.
Exactly.
But there is nothing for the poor, other poor
You're being unfair.
I'm being unfair by
Yes,
saying it was
because-
Bihar and
because
Andhra
the
Pradesh.
first and second priorities of this budget and allocation were agriculture and employment and skill development. And a lot of money has been allocated there.
I'm just
this
talking
is-
about
this is a budget-
state-wise.
This is a budget which is with its ears to the ground and not being in denial about those things. I think you should give credit to that.
So you give credit for the fact that they put employment on top, which is great.
Yes.
You give credit for the fact that they put rural infrastructure and agriculture,
And
on top,
agriculture
which is great.
productivity on top.
But you should also raise questions, surely, that in a country of 28 states, 29 with Jammu and Kashmir, that only 2 states should figure for such a large part of the finance minister's speech. Is that, I mean, what does it say to the 26 other states of the country?
Clearly the political.
Why not accept that politically he had to reach out to JDU and TDP?
Correct.
If I may just add that some of the points
As you kept
mentioned,
saying,
the money would be raised through
compulsions, right?
multilateral agencies. So it's not part of the fiscal
I can't
spend of
see
the
it.
government. It will
I
be
can't see
probably
it.
World Bank or Asian Development Bank loans. So to that extent, the political job is also done without hitting the fiscal aspect of it.
The strongest playing card you can have in politics is to be an ally to a government in minority. You know, you can pretty much swing the government and make them dance to your tunes. Bihar and Andhra Pradesh very
No,
clearly.
I would not say it's chancing. They said no to the special category. They said no to the special
So that
status.
was impossible.
They've done it through a back door, halfway there, halfway here.
No, but Bihar and Andhra have got, make no mistake, a much better deal than they would have otherwise.
I
Well,
think
let's wait for
Rahul,
the numbers. Let's wait for
we
the
will need
numbers.
to look at the numbers.
Yes,
Because the kind of package which has been announced, how would the money go for the capital project or for the Polavaram, for others? Is it being allocated? Only at some stage, she said grants. But at other places, she didn't say either as loan or outside the budget or how. I think we'll need to look at
the details.
So you mentioned using multilateral agencies. So they did say that, but I thought that the specific allotments were for these 2 states in a manner.
It's not reflected in the fiscal deficit number.
Sure.
You have still 0.2%.
Which is again a strength of this government.
Exactly.
I mean, when you look at 4.9% fiscal deficit, the government will claim that they've got their fiscal management completely
No, but that
at least on track.
In long term, this is with reference to what she announced as 4.5. But 4.5 itself is a very high fiscal deficit.
4.9.
No, now 4.9, but the goal of 4.5% itself is a very large fiscal deficit. Our act says 3%.
Yeah, 3.5%.
No, but
3%.
nobody so far even bothered about the financial.
No. In the first term, it's the same government.
Yes, but now they're making an effort to at least tend in that direction.
That is what I am
to compliment
saying.
them for being financially
Let's also be
conservative and
fair,
not being
Mr. Garg,
reckless.
given the scale, I mean, one thing that the Modi government has tried to do is put its welfare schemes on scale. I mean, when you talk of 3 crore Awas Yojanas, they've tried in a way to saturate welfare schemes. So naturally, there will be some pressure. They've had headroom because of the RBI dividend. The question that I have is, at the end of the day, do you see this as a budget with political messaging or a budget that has set us on the roadmap for the next 5 years or 25 years, as the Prime Minister said? I saw nothing, Rahul, with due regard to suggest what our roadmap for the next 5 or 25 years.
Let's take the 2 big ideas. I want Subhash Garg to come in on the employment-linked incentives. The Congress is saying, "Ye to hamara idea tha." The BJP is saying, "We brought it, so obviously it's our idea." But the big question is, by giving these incentives to employees and employers, will it actually foster job creation in your view?
So the emphasis on employment and job creation is fabulous.
Yes.
It has to be there, it must be there. But when you go into the contents of it, I think we will need to go more. My sense, the way I read, is that a lot of it is still in the form of giving some PF kind of contributions, which are there for last 7 years. We have ABRY, before that we another scheme which was doing for last 7 years. So is there a new way
No, but do they work?
So
does a financial incentive for job creation work in this fashion?
May not actually work. It adds to the new EPFO numbers, etc., which we see quite often. How would the new internship scheme would act?
So I'll come to internships in just a moment.
A friend of mine just sent me a message saying that I think one of the schemes that they've got for employment link is based on the fact that your first job gets you 1 lakh and more. Now, many of them are arguing, where am I going to...
Up to 1 lakh.
Up to 1 lakh and more.
1 lakh and more. Up to 1 lakh. It is up to jobs that pay 1 lakh.
Up to 1 lakh.
Yeah,
now, the question is that how many jobs eventually will actually benefit from this? How many employers will actually take advantage of this ELI scheme?
That is very important. Does something substitute? Or it's actually a new job?
But even if it substitutes, at least those jobs are now in the formal market.
One goes out, another comes in.
No, but the biggest question, Harsh, is will this limited incentive encourage any employer to add to the number of people he employs because of this incentive
To add to Mr. Garg's points, it is possible that instead of informal jobs on the margin, that job might now become a classified formal sector job.
To claim the incentive.
Yeah, but then that helps the employee to get some kind of protections in terms of hiring and firing, some pensions, some at least 2-3 months of cooling off period if they have to,
Then the employer will compare the advantages of getting this incentive versus the disadvantage of having this guy formally on his roles.
Exactly. So it moves the needle.
Why do you think it will work? Because that's one of the big ideas, the employment-linked incentive. It sounds phenomenal in theory. Does it, in your view, could it work in practice?
No, I think it will work in practice. Because the employer for the first time will have the incentive not to hire contract labor, but to hire formal labor on its roles. I think that's a very big idea. And therefore, and also the internship, thing, the 3,000 rupees that the government is paying on the internship, I think is again a very good idea because, it will encourage employers.
What kind of internship? So somebody comes and interns with any company, they'll get this internship allowance?
They said 500 companies. And it'll, that...
CPSEs.
Sorry?
500 CPSEs.
So only for public sector enterprises?
Amongst them, at least 500 CPSEs.
Also the others.
No, how will this work? Just try and explain from what you understood. How will this internship
Rajiv, so it's only the first pay you government is giving. So employer has to think about...
it's still 4 years.
I thought it's first year.
The first year.
It's the first year.
First timer.
First timer.
First timer, they will
First
pay
month of the first year.
No, first year.
First timer, first year.
Take time ke liye karoge to nobody will do it.
So in a sense, I think that's the biggest, I think that's what the government will claim is the biggest takeaway, that they've recognized that there is a jobs challenge.
That's right.
They've recognized that they need to do something for those who have, for both companies as well as the youth who have been banging at the doors, especially young, at election time as well, that Rozgar is a major concern. Whether this is a game changer, I think is a huge question mark. How employers, I know Mr. Rajiv Kumar is saying employers will be tempted to formalize labor. I'm not so sure that, I think we're going to have to see whether that actually works.
No, so I
on
think
the ground
what's very clear is that the government is acknowledging that job creation is an essential challenge, and they've thrown something at it. They've thrown some ammunition at it. The efficacy with which this works is something that really needs to be determined. But it's a big idea that's been thrown up. Harsh, the Congress will say, and many Congress leaders were messaging at this time, boss, this was our idea. You're copying from our manifesto.
There is no harm in getting good ideas from the Congress or from Germany. The point is who gets to implement it and implement it.
You're saying the Congress got the idea from Germany.
So there is no harm in even if it's a Congress idea. Except talking point, I don't see any downside to it.
And just as a humorous
Congress
aside,
come up with more
just
ideas.
as a humorous aside, and to show how politics works, actually, when you looked at an earlier Congress manifesto, many of the farm laws that the Narendra Modi government brought were in that Congress manifesto. And the Congress then went and opposed those ideas because they were in the opposition. So where you stand in Indian politics depends on where you sit. I think it's good if the government takes something which the opposition has put out, which has caught the imagination. The Congress called it a right to apprenticeship. The government is calling it an internship. But it's essentially the same broad idea that's coming forward.
But can you explain, Subhashkar, what you've understood of how this internship scheme will work?
So internships, now think about it from the employer's perspective. I hope it doesn't become another Narega. You get money, but you don't really get trained.
Is internship only for government companies or is it for private companies as well?
Yeah.
Is internship only for
private companies?
For private as well
Nobody
as
has time for interns.
For example, somebody interns with the India Today group, the government will give an internship allowance for that.
That's correct.
You can be rest assured the way government schemes work, there will be some criterion. It won't be easy to just get 3,000 rupees.
Correct.
Mr. Garg can explain that better. So I'm not.
He's the one who puts the devil in the details.
It won't be.
How is this likely to work?
No, we will have to see. Internship is a different concept than apprenticeship.
The two different things.
Apprenticeship, you are learning some skill. Internship, you are studying somewhere and then you are doing some kind of work with someone. Which
Isn't
is not
apprenticeship more logical than internship?
No, both are logical.
Both are required.
Internship is a very well recognized mode of doing some getting work experience.
Actually, the distinction between the two is very blurred. Because internship and apprenticeship are pretty much the same thing. Because you are doing.
Let's get in Sunil Munjal to find out how employers are looking at employment-linked incentives. Sunil Munjal, good to have you on the show. Your first reaction to the budget, specifically, if we may start, because we've been debating it, this big idea of an employment-linked incentive scheme. Will it be bought by employers, or will employers want to study the detail before going ahead?
No, for anything, you obviously want to study the details about what all of the implications are before anything gets implemented, and that's a natural ask. But overall, I thought the budget was more like a statement of intent of 5 years rather than just a one-year budget. She covered such a wide spectrum. There was a smattering of things right across, right from girls, women, agriculture, startups. There was almost no area left untouched. A lot of it, however, said that we will do a study over the next 6 months. We will come back with more details. A lot of it also was encouraging multilateral agencies to get involved, whether with states or with small industry, etc. They did, however, back that up by saying that the government will provide the guarantees for those. I thought that was a good.
Munjal, let's look at some specific. That's a broad stroke reaction. The big idea Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman has laid is that there will be employment-linked incentives, not just for you as an employer, but take, for example, other companies, also some MSMEs. From the mindset of an employer, do you think that some of the semi-formal, informal jobs which were off the payrolls then get regularized because for 4 years the government offers an incentive to those who are then brought on the payroll? To what extent do you think this will boost formal job creation?
I think in isolation, these things work, but not super effectively. But I think clubbed with the multiple other things that she mentioned, I think it can work. So please remember at this moment, one of the things that we are constantly talking about is the feeling of joblessness. It's not as if there is actual joblessness, by the way. The feeling that we are not creating enough jobs is a serious problem. And inflation, of course, does not help at all at the same time. So by doing 2 or 3 things, one is controlling the fiscal deficit to where she has and announcing a lower one next year, it's a clear indication of what the government finances are likely to look like. Therefore, the impact on the overall economy. Now, having said that, if you are encouraging companies to grow by the 4 or 5 things that she mentioned, then clubbed alongside that, to take in interns is actually a good idea. To take in new employees under making them formal, I think is a good idea. Will it work across the board? It's hard to say today because, as you just said, we have yet to see the fine print. But overall, this is something that as industry we have been asking for. We said on the one hand, you have production-linked incentive. You also need to encourage employment, especially in sectors that have high employment potential. Whether you look at textiles or you look at sectors which had suffered in the economy overall, also needed some attention.
Mr. Munjal,
is an internship effectively a short-term employment, essentially? So you're not suggesting beyond that 1 year that you're guaranteeing them some kind of employment. You're just giving them a leg up at the start.
It's a spectrum between skilling and full-time
So it's more the messaging that you're giving, that you're conscious of the fact that there is a job problem and you're trying to reach out and convince both employers as well as
there's also
you're trying to do something.
On-the-job skilling also happens.
The job skilling is a separate scheme that they've announced. That they're
And
going
the
to
other one, where you pay 1 year salary, is a job creation scheme.
Okay. One of the country's senior financial sector executives, Sanjay Nair, joins us, founder, chairman, Sovereign Investment Fund, has run different kinds of banks. Sanjay, welcome. I want to start by asking you about the increase in the long-term capital gains tax. The market's obviously initially reacting quite negatively to that. Do you think there was logic to why this has been increased from 10 to 12.5? Or as Rajiv Kumar said earlier, it's like trying to fix something that aren't broken?
That's true. You can look at it that way. But also,
Exuberance is not broke.
long-term capital gains. We should make sure it's not the driver of the markets. I mean, we're not. It's not like we're an expensive LTCG among the other global countries. So I don't think it's a big deal to increase by 2.5 points. If the underlying growth is there and the way the PE multiples are, I don't think it should have a long-term impact on the markets.
Also, angel tax finally being abolished was a bad idea to begin with. The government acknowledging that, quite belatedly. What kind of an impact? Because you're investing a lot in private equity, you're investing a lot in startups. So your sense of the impact that abolition will have?
Sorry, I missed that question again.
I'm saying angel tax being done away with, your assessment of the impact this will have on the startup sector.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I think that's a positive one. That's really positive. These are small irritants that had actually escaped not attention, but attention to really get done. Like, this ESOPs for foreign expats working in the country, this movable assets being depenalized for less than 20 lakhs, angel tax. I mean, these just had to go. And I think I'm very happy that those have been addressed, howsoever small, but they're irritants, and it just creates a climate that it's tough for startups to get things done and to have the right shareholder agreements, to have the right kind of fundraising at the right fair market value. So I think that's a real welcome change.
So Munjal, a lot was said that we should signal that we are moving away from protectionism, that tariffs should be brought down. It's been done in some sectors. Mobiles, it's been done for minerals, it's been done for gold, silver. Do you think adequate signaling has been done about wanting to embrace international trade, or do you think more should have been done?
I think there's a second part of the signal. One is that we are moving towards open trade. Second is we have been selected with saying these are things that matter to us, which incidentally is the approach every country in the world today is taking. The old move towards globalization and everyone depending on each other clearly has taken a hard knock over the last 5 years. Every country is pulling back. So we are saying a signal. We want to continue, but we want to continue selectively. And from could we have done more? Probably, yes.
I think this move to abolish angel tax is the best one.
What impact will it have on the startup sector?
Government has learned very hard way. You remember last year budget, they actually increased or brought the foreign investors into the ambit of the angel tax.
So, ये बुरे idea लेके आते हैं bureaucrats.
Correct. No, they brought last year. So I don't know.
They keep tinkering and tweaking.
I don't know who brought this time, but that's the most sensible.
No, but it's going away. So but I'm saying, look at because the big message is there is continuity in policy making, right? If last year you're increasing a tax, suddenly you're abolishing it, then where is the continuity, Harsh Gupta, you're talking about?
They learned it very hard.
Sometimes when you make a mistake, it doesn't, no point being continuously
on this, you're making mistake.
It's good to actually remove
last
the tax.
8 years.
I just want to bring the big discussion back to the bond market, not just the equity market. The bond market obviously likes the fact that instead of 5.1% on the interim budget fiscal deficit, we have a 4.9%.
Correct.
Remember, this is despite coalition political pressures. This is despite the fact that obviously Andhra and Bihar wanted
and this is when India is joining a lot of the international bond indices.
Exactly.
Whether it's the Bloomberg.
In fact, the RBI has now been sterilizing foreign inflows.
Yeah, but
last week it actually...
This is also due to RBI doubling its contribution.
Yes, but that is as per a framework. It is
doubling from the target.
It is not a discretionary contribution. It is as per an economic capital framework that RBI and the government of India have agreed.
But the point is that
Yes.
the RBI made all that money because of foreign exchange valuations, etc.,
Yes.
etc. All of that, but the fact remains that they doubled the contribution from the target.
In the
And so
renewed,
therefore, it's
I'm saying in the renewed political context, the government could have stuck with 5.1%, like it stuck with its capital expenditure plan.
That's great.
The fact that 20 basis points were shaved off is a strong message to the bond market that there will be less supply of paper. As Rahul was saying, you're now in the bond indices. So that will increasingly bring down the cost of capital.
And some shift from equity markets to bond markets.
I don't think it's a big
change
move,
in tax regime.
but it's a good signaling.
It's a great signaling, and I think kudos.
Psychologically less than 5 also, right?
And signal also to investors to consider, pairing their stock market assets and investing more on the debt side.
Exactly.
What is, when you say signaling, what for you, if there was is there a steady narrative that this government has built? Is there something that comes out of this budget that suggests when I heard Sunil Munjal saying we've got a direction for the next 5 years, she did outline 8 priorities of the government. but they were, apple pie priorities, infrastructure, women. Is that a roadmap that you see? Was there, apart from employment, is there a focus area that you see that has been built for the next 5 years, as the Prime Minister promised that this budget?
Before I come to that, on the bond side, the fact is that foreigners' investment in our bonds is still less than what it was in 1920, despite the bond index being. So why they were not investing? Why they were not buying Indian bonds? I think that signaling effect that you have a very high fiscal deficit, you have a very low credit rating, was playing.
But the big message. What is the big message?
I think the big message is continuity. The fact that Modi 3.0 is more like Modi 2.0 when it comes to Modinomics. So more stability, more capex, and now time for the private sector.
Yes,
okay, so as everybody used to say, "Pehle roti, kapda, or makan." This time the budget to me signals naukri, sadak, or makan. Because a lot of emphasis on roads, infrastructure, a lot of emphasis on jobs, and then, of course, land records, housing, all of that.
Let's ask Sanjana this question. The effort that's been made to try and spur job creation, what impact, Mr. Nair, do you think this is likely to have? The signaling is good, the government using some of its financial gunpowder to try and encourage job creation. In the end, from what we know in the public domain, do you think it's likely to work?
Yeah, I think so. I think, look, I was just listening to all of you. I think the big message here is that you've got a pretty balanced budget in a way, and you've reduced the fiscal deficit, as someone mentioned, and I don't know who that was, that we didn't have to shave off the 20 basis points, but I think it will give a lot of confidence to both foreign and local bond investors and really adds to this stability. What I think the big message is there is no easy consumption SOP. I thought they might do that a little bit, but even that is not there. They've taken the long, arduous way, which is simplifying things, youth skilling, credit guarantee schemes more for the MSMEs, more of this, employer and employee benefits for more employment. They've taken the longer route of job creation, MSMEs for local manufacturing, and also making sure that they've tinkered with custom duties to make sure that you have a lot more local manufacturing. So really it's going towards, I think someone just gave a very good thing. It's about creating naukri, and then that should lead to much more disposable income and consumption. So frankly, this is a long, arduous route taken. If it works, which all depends on execution between the center and states, I think you have far more sustainable consumption looking ahead, and then hopefully CapEx picks up. So I think that, according to me, is the big message here. And look, fiscal consolidation is welcome, frankly. Yeah.
But and Rajiv Kumar, since you were with Niti Aayog, you can tell us among the successes of the Modi government in the early years, one of the failures was seen as skill development. You had a Ministry of Skill Development. A lot of talk was on skilling, but very little happened actually, many believe, on the ground when it came to skill development. Even the minister was eventually changed. Is that now you can't just do employment-linked scheme without really focusing on skilling? Is that going to have to become a big challenge for this government? The fact is that it's all very well to talk about skilling, but you're going to have to make sure that it actually translates into real skilling on the ground.
But Rajdeep, I think it's to the credit of the government that they haven't given up on skilling effort. Because some people could have said, well, that was a bad idea, let's give it up. In this budget, the finance minister has announced further allocations and a loan for those who are doing it into skilling. There are several schemes, I think 3 or 4 schemes that they've been outlined. Yes. So I think this continued focus on skilling is a recognition that today our youth is not employable, and they have to be made employable as fast as possible.
That's a long-term challenge, though. It's not a short-term challenge, and there are no short-term fixes.
But has to start now, and that's what the government
One
has done.
subtle shift is that instead of skilling people outside of jobs and then giving them jobs, there is a focus on trying to skill them on the job through apprenticeships, internships, and I think that is the best kind of long-term skilling, because it does not get theoretical and academic then.
But there's also a philosophical message here, which is in keeping with the way the Prime Minister views his economics. He doesn't like easy handouts. So the idea that you, for example, the idea was that you increase the Kisan Nidhi from 6,000 to 8,000, or you do some kind of an urban Manrega. He's eschewed such ideas. So there's no easy handout, which is typically what the opposition may have thought they would have wanted to do, or they may have wanted to do, or the kind that we're seeing in Karnataka, etc. There's no easy handout.
Workfare, not
It's
welfare.
structural.
Workfare, not welfare.
They're trying to make structural changes. For example, if there is more, and that I think is something which really needs to be applauded. We can criticize the increase in long-term capital gains for the equity markets. That's just really, one aspect.
Markets have recovered largely.
The larger aspect, though, is that they're trying to fix the structure, the nuts and bolts of the economy.
The only thing I worry about, as I said earlier, is I hope this internship program is well executed, because otherwise it risks becoming like an NREGA. Because there'll be people just sitting in the companies with nobody to train them and collecting money and doing no work.
But Sunita, the thing here is that companies don't like people sitting idly inside their premises.
No, but they may not come to the premises, they may stay at home. How do you ensure that
that is always the situation, even in skill development.
No, it happened in the US. Remember, when employment incentives were given on the back of the pandemic, there were a lot of reportage in the United States media where individuals were claiming this in cahoots with the companies without actually any work happening. And if it happened to that extent in the US, in India, jugaad can go to another level.
And then work from home, how do you, and who's going to train these people if the manager is working from home?
Rahul, when we traveled in India during the elections, when you spoke to people about the Rozgar challenge, the point that Rajiv Kumar made, and I think is reflected in the budget, is not just about employment, it's employability. And I think that is a challenge which is a long-term challenge. It's not going to be fixed by one budget or what the... No, the intent is well. My worry with all of this, the intent is in the right direction. The reality on the ground is very, very different. And unless I see...
No, but so far, I think there's no answer to the question.
Allotments for education. You want to see not just in skilling, but you want education to be prioritized far more than has happened in the last 10 years, or dare I say, some will say over the last 75 years. Unless you're going to dramatically change that, Rahul, it's not just physical infrastructure. You're going to have to focus far more on social infrastructure.
On education, for example, look what happened in Uttar Pradesh, right? Government school teacher unions are refusing to digitally enter and exit the school based on records. So there's no point just throwing more money as outlays without getting the outcomes. So it's not just announcing in the budget without getting
But
those...
as I said, it didn't happen with the first tenure of Mr. Modi when skill development was seen as a major focus. It didn't take
Which is why I think on-the-job training actually is a very sensible and pragmatic way to do it, as opposed to showing a headline allocation to education, which goes through teacher unions. They are not coming to schools.
I would have been happier because there are actually acts governing the apprenticeship. Is that if there are much greater allocation to apprenticeship under that name, because that would be a much better way to, sort of balance the
But I think it's being called internship because if it was called apprenticeship, there would have been too much credit
given to the
Congress and the people.
That doesn't matter, yeah.
Aapko nahi matter karta. So election ladke aapko matter karta.
From Aadhaar downwards, this government has been pragmatic.
But Aadhaar existed. You can't now bring an apprenticeship
pragmatic enough to take other people's ideas.
Yeah, you can change the name.
We should study the German model.
But I want to know, one of the concerns before in the lead up was MSMEs.
Yeah.
And, government's figures themselves suggest that you had, 35,000 MSMEs closed down between 2020 and 2023. That's just the official number.
35 lakh.
Sorry?
35,000 you said?
Yeah, as per what the minister had said last year in Parliament, he had given the number of 35,000, which clearly was a government number. I'm saying the actual numbers are far higher. I'm just trying to understand, do you think enough was done in this budget for MSMEs?
So I think Mudra loans went up from like 10 lakhs to 20 lakhs. I feel the fact remains that employment matters. It's not necessarily whether MSCs hire them or large companies hire them. And Manish Agarwal often rightly says, right, at the end of the day, everybody wants a job offer letter, wants some people who cannot be fired at will, at least 2 months notice, etc., etc. So MSMEs are important, but let us also not romanticize MSCs because they are not going to create the kind of formal employment that large corporates can.
Rajdeep,
yes.
Additional financial allocations and announcements of credit, guarantee and technology is not going to, get the MSMEs as required. What is required for MSMEs is to remove the compliance and regulatory burden on the ground, the regulatory cholesterol, the thing that they face every day are the calls from the inspectors and all of that. And I think that hasn't yet. Now, what she announced was Jan Vishwas 2.0. I think the sooner they get that out, to get the trust of the small businessmen and small entrepreneurs back to them. At the moment, they see the whole climate as being business non-friendly. That has to change. And that urge, I think, MSMEs will continue to play a very important role.
So if you're wondering what to eat for lunch and you're looking for signals in the budget papers, go for shrimps. Order in some shrimps. I think a lot of focus in the budget. Clearly, the flavor of the palate, Rajdeep, I'm sure, is already placing some order, is on shrimps. I want to show some
That's
political,
again the Andhra connection.
Political.
Aquaculture.
Andhra and Gujarat, but Gujarat is always there. Andhra, they've got now, so they want to encourage everyone to go out and eat some shrimps. I want to show you some political reactions to the union budget. We'll start with Akhilesh Yadav. Let's see how, because the likes of the Trinamool are calling this a Bihar Andhra Pradesh budget. So let's take a look at how the politics is playing out over this budget.
उत्तर प्रदेश जैसा प्रदेश जो प्रधानमंत्री देता है, क्या वहाँ के किसान के लिए कुछ बड़े फैसले हैं? किसान की फसल की पैदावार, उसकी कीमत के लिए क्या कोई इंतजाम है? कहने को तो याद होगा आप सबको कि पिछली बार कहा था कि मंडी और एग्रीकल्चर इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर के लिए स्ट्रेंथन करने के लिए लाखों करोड़ रुपए हैं। अगर वो इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर स्ट्रेंथन हुआ था तो इसका मतलब किसान की आय दोगुनी होनी चाहिए या किसान की आय बढ़नी चाहिए थी, वो तो नहीं बढ़ी। तो किसान के साथ संकट पैदा किया इन्होंने, बेरोजगारी इन्होंने बढ़ाई है। 10 साल में जो इतनी बेरोजगारी बढ़ गई उसको कैसे कम करें, और वो भी आधी अधूरी नौकरी से।
ये यूनियन बजट जो 2024-25 का पेश किया गया था, एक तरीके से सबके लिए ड्रीम बजट है, सब सेक्शन के लिए और खास करके युवाओं के लिए और महिलाओं के लिए। इससे जो इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर, रिकॉर्ड नंबर इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर का जो एलोकेशन हुआ है, कैपिटल एक्सपेंडिचर का 11 लाख करोड़ से भी ज्यादा कैपिटल एक्सपेंडिचर, ये ऐतिहासिक है।
ये बिहार को दे दें, झारखंड को दे दें, यूपी को दे दें। अब जनता जो आज देख रही है इनको हटाना चाहती है। अब ये निश्चित तौर से आम जनता के हित के लिए एक भी, क्या बनारस के लिए कोई कल कारखाना आया है, कोई फैक्ट्री का अनाउंसमेंट हुआ है, यूपी के लिए कुछ हुआ है? मुझे नहीं लगता कुछ भी किए। जब प्रधानमंत्री अपने संसदीय क्षेत्र में कुछ नहीं दे पा रहे हैं, मैं समझता हूं कि ये पूरा बजट निरर्थक है और जनता को केवल भ्रमित करने के लिए।
Sure. Yes, Rajiv Kumar, you wanted to intervene.
Yeah, I wanted to intervene to say that for me, one of the big ideas for the next 5-10 years is the recognition that it is the urban centers which will drive growth. And so therefore, the whole focus on reducing the stamp duties here, to get the sort of the new Awas Yojana here, the transit development, transit oriented development, the street market development for the vendors, etc. The whole, the big thing about 14 cities, about 30 lakhs getting sub-frame. I think that's a very good thought, because that is what is going to happen in the next 10-15 years. And because there are 400 million people waiting to be urbanized. And all of these measures are going to help that, influence that. And then the PM Awas Yojana for 1 crore new houses for the urban poor. For industrial dormitory type housing for the workers. We've tried in China all the time, but now for the first time going to be here. I think these are very good thoughts, very good ideas. And that will help, spur growth, because the urban centers, because urban cities are going to be the drivers of growth going forward.
Okay, for a moment, since you saw the political reactions, the reactions are not surprising. The states which feel left out are usually the opposition-ruled states in this instance. But that happens with most governments, particularly when you are now in a coalition arrangement and you are dependent on two allies. How do you see that in terms of this kind of federal concept that essentially is at the heart of India? Do these states which feel left out really have a case when they see all these allotments to Andhra Pradesh and Bihar?
So in Indian polity, the state-specific schemes by the central government are a rarity. But the compulsion of coalition government is what is driving. You coined this word, Purvodaya Vikas Yojana or something, but essentially it is meant for Bihar and Andhra Pradesh. So it is understandable, but certainly Odisha, which is there right in this zone, will feel quite a lot sorry about it. Let's see what is there for Odisha and how does it react. Bengal, you can politically explain, perhaps for the reasons which are known, you may not get it. But your remark about the wider, I think there is going to be resentment from the remaining states that why should we be discriminated against? And this is a very fundamental change from the way we have been doing for last 75 years.
So that's the nature of coalition politics. It's not as if it started now. This is Narendra Modi 3.0 is a coalition government.
But earlier coalition governments also did not do it. Go back to Narasimha Rao, go back to Atal Bihari Vajpayee government. They were not as partisan in the
No, but look at the optionality. The choice was, do you push for a special status for Andhra Pradesh and Bihar, which was the original demand, which would have involved far higher financial
a special state was a no-go anywhere.
It was never going to happen, Rahul. At least suddenly Andhra Pradesh, Chandrababu Naidu,
if you've got allies, you have to take care of it.
The only thing happens is the
So we want to go across to a group of farmers who are standing by with my colleague Chitra Tripathi and understand. We've heard from the markets, we're hearing from India Inc., we're hearing from economists. Let's hear from the Desh Ka Kisan. Chitra, what are you picking up by speaking to these farmers? How are they reacting to this union budget for 25? क्या कह रहे हैं जिन किसानों से आप बात कर रही हैं, चित्रा?
देखिए राहुल, इस वक्त मेरी मौजूदगी है नोएडा के खरौली गांव में और यहाँ पर बहुत सारे किसान हमारे साथ मौजूद हैं। 1.5 लाख करोड़ का भारी भरकम बजट यहाँ पर सरकार की ओर से दिया गया है ताकि खेती किसानी को बढ़ावा दिया सके, ग्रामीण अर्थव्यवस्था को मजबूती दी जा सके, चाहे दलहन हो तिलहन हो, उसके लिए अलग से व्यवस्था की गई है। प्राकृतिक खेती को बढ़ावा देने के लिए यहाँ पर सरकार की ओर से बड़े बड़े ऐलान किए गए हैं। राकेश टिकैत जी इस वक्त हमारे साथ जुड़ चुके हैं इंडिया टुडे पर, सीधे इनसे बातचीत करते हैं। राकेश जी, बहुत स्वागत है आपका।
धन्यवाद।
अब ये जो बजट आ गया है निर्मला सीतारमन का, मोदी 3.0 का, क्या बातें आपको अच्छी लगी, क्या बातें मीठी, क्या खट्टी लगी, क्या लेकर जाना चाहेंगे और क्या उम्मीदें ऐसी रह गई जो लग रहा था कि पूरी हो सकती थी और नहीं हुई? राकेश जी,
देखो, खरीद की गारंटी जब तक नहीं देंगे, अगर इनको बजट बढ़ाना है तो पूरी खरीद कर लो, खरीद ये करेंगे नहीं तो एमएसपी गारंटी कानून की बात कर सकते थे, वो इनसे हुई नहीं। और बिहार जैसे स्टेट जहां पे बहुत पैकेज दिया गया है, एक ये भी दे देते कि भाई जो पैसा हमने दिया है बिहार को, उससे जो वहां की मंडी सिस्टम होंगे, बाजार समिति, वो बहाल करेंगे। ये सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट को करना चाहिए।
अब बिहार के किसान नेता तो आकर बोलते नहीं हैं, आप यूपी के किसान नेता बिहार के मुद्दे को लेकर आगे चलेंगे।
सबसे ज्यादा लेबर तैयार हो रही है, तो क्यों हो रही है? क्योंकि एग्रीकल्चर सेक्टर पूरा बिहार का खत्म कर दिया, मंडी सेक्टर है ही नहीं वहां पे।
इतना बिहार पे क्यों फोकस कर रहे हैं आप? अब आज का बजट कैसा लगा? पहले ये बताएं ना, इंडिया टुडे के दर्शक जानना चाहते हैं कि राकेश टिकैत जी को आज का बजट कैसा लगा?
देखो, दिल्ली के कागजों में तो बजट सरकार की नजरों में तो ठीक है, लेकिन किसान के वहां पे इसका कोई बेनिफिट नहीं होगा। सोलर पे चीज हम छोड़ दे के वो उस पे कितनी सब्सिडी देंगे, उसको छोड़कर दूसरा और
किया गया है,
उसका किया गया है, वो कितनी देंगे उस पे वो देख लेते हैं। लेकिन दूसरा और ढुलमुल पूरा बजट रहेगा,
ढुलमुल था बजट,
ढुलमुल रहेगा।
कौन सी सबसे बड़ी उम्मीद थी जो सरकार की ओर से पूरा
देखो, सरकार की उम्मीद ये है, सरकार से उम्मीद ये करते हैं कि भाव मिल जाए हमको। ये भाव पे बात नहीं करते, भाव मत मांगो इनसे। बजट में दिया कि हम दालों को बढ़ावा देंगे, कौन सा फार्मूला है भाई? सरकार दालों का प्रोडक्शन बढ़वा देगी? दालों का प्रोडक्शन, तेल का प्रोडक्शन तो किसान बढ़ाएगा, अगर उसको पैसे मिलेंगे, उसकी खरीद होगी तो बढ़ा देगा।
तो किसान को वो सहूलियत भी देना तो सरकार की जिम्मेदारी है ना, ताकि उसकी फसलों में और ज्यादा जिंदगी आए, उसकी फसलें लहराती रहे, जैसा कि इस वक्त पीछे मक्का की फसल लहरा रही है।
10 दिन तक मध्य प्रदेश में किसान चना लेके, दालें लेके खड़ा रहता है, उसकी खरीद नहीं होती। ललितपुर जिला उत्तर प्रदेश में है, वहां उड़द पैदा होता है
जी,
खरीद नहीं होती, रात को मंडियां चलती है ललितपुर में, नेफेड खरीद करते हैं। अकेले बिहार में इसी मक्का की फसल एमएसपी से नीचे बिकने में करीब 8,000 करोड़ का नुकसान है अकेले बिहार को। आप उनको फसलों के दाम दे दो।
जो बड़ी बातें सरकार की ओर से वित्त मंत्री निर्मला सीतारमन की ओर से की गई हैं, जल्दी से मैं अपने दर्शकों को बताते हुए फिर अगला सवाल आपसे पूछूंगी। देखिए, प्राकृतिक खेती पर सबसे ज्यादा जोर दिया गया है। अगले 2 सालों में 2 करोड़ किसानों को बाकायदा इसका समर्थन दिया जाएगा। तिलहन क्षेत्र में आत्मनिर्भरता की बात कही गई है। बड़े पैमाने पर क्लस्टर ताकि सब्जी उत्पादन को बढ़ावा मिल सके। कृषि अवसंरचना में डीपीआई की बात इसमें कही गई है और 400 जिलों में डिजिटल फसल सर्वेक्षण की बात कही गई है। झींगा ब्रूट स्टॉक्स की बात कही गई है। सहकारी क्षेत्र के राष्ट्रीय सहयोग की भी बात कही गई है। 6 करोड़ किसानों की जानकारी लैंड रजिस्ट्री पर करवाई जाएगी। 5 राज्यों में नए किसान क्रेडिट कार्ड जारी किए जाएंगे और इसी के साथ ही साथ सरकार का जो फोकस है वह सरसों, मूंगफली, सनफ्लावर, सोयाबीन जैसी फसलों पर भी है।
फसलों पर तो है, बात घूम फिर कर कीमत कौन देगा?
आप एमएसपी पर गारंटी चाहते हैं?
एमएसपी गारंटी में यह होगा कि सरकार को जितनी खरीद करनी वो कर ले। जो व्यापारी सस्ते में खरीद करता है वो उसके कम पर खरीद ना करे, ये गारंटी कानून बन जाए एक। आप बढ़ाने की बात करते हो, किसान तो बढ़ा रहा है,
माइक आप ऊपर से पकड़
किसान तो बढ़ा रहा है ना, लेकिन उसको कीमतें नहीं मिलती, वो कर्जे में चला गया। आप एक तरफ प्राकृतिक खेती की बात करते हो, दूसरी तरफ नैनो यूरिया को बढ़ाने की बात करते हो। वो फर्टिलाइजर है जिसका इस्तेमाल किसान करता है और वो जबरदस्ती सरकार उसको देती है और उसका कोई लाभ उसका नहीं है।
अब उधर वाले कहते हैं कि राकेश टिकैत तो हर अच्छे काम में भी नुक्स निकालते हैं।
नहीं,
और हमने देखा है सरकार की ओर से जितने भी बजट आए उसमें एक ही रटाया उनका जवाब ले रहा। उधर दूसरे पक्ष वालों की ओर से लगातार ये कोई भी अच्छी बात आपको नहीं लगी है आज कृषि क्षेत्र के लिए जो व्यवस्था की गई है सरकार की ओर से?
अगर सोलार को छोड़ दे वो कितनी सब्सिडी उस पर देंगे और वो क्या इसी बजट से जाएगा क्या? तो वो थोड़ा सा
अलग बजट की व्यवस्था
अलग की गई है।
1,52,000 करोड़ से अलग सोलर की व्यवस्था की
गई तो उसका थोड़ा ठीक लगता है कि सरकार उस पे काम कर रही है, ठीक है, लेकिन दूसरे उस पे नहीं काम कर रही। और ये जितना पैसा है नाम किसान के लिखा जाएगा, आप इसको देख लेना किस किस सेक्टर में जाएगा।
लेकिन राकेश टिकैत जी, चूंकि पश्चिमी उत्तर प्रदेश में हम बैठे हुए हैं, अगर सिर्फ यूपी की ही बात करें, 25 करोड़ की आबादी वाला राज्य, यहाँ पर पूर्वांचल के किसानों की अलग समस्या रहती है, पश्चिमी यूपी की अलग समस्या।
In terms of those were reactions from some of the farmers. Subhash Garg has some new details he's pulled out from the budget details about how the incentives for employment are going to work. Yes, Mr. Garg.
So this is the scheme, the scheme number 1 for the incentive-linked employment, the first timers. What it says is that the scheme will provide 1 month wages, not 1 year, to all persons newly entering the workforce in all formal sectors. The direct benefit transfer of 1 month's salary will be made in 3 installments to the first-time employers as registered in the EPFO up to 15,000. Though the eligibility is up to 1 lakh. So those who have salary up to 1 lakh will receive maximum 15,000
for 1 month.
For 1 month, and it will be paid in 3 installments of 1/3, 1/3, 1/3. So it's not
a game changer.
So it's only for 1 month.
It's only for 1 month.
So if you give an incentive for 1 month, how does that Harsh Gupta encourage employment generation in the long term?
So the employer will have to think that for the remaining months, what do I do?
No, but if you give an incentive for only 1 month, how does it encourage
This is only the first scheme. There's a second scheme on manufacturing, third scheme on EPFO, fourth. So the point is, together, does it move the needle from the incremental new hire through a contract employer to on the payrolls?
No, Punita Sinha, if you give an incentive for 1 month, does that then encourage any real-world employer to enhance the number of people he has in his payroll?
No, not at all. In fact, you yourself had shown earlier capacity utilization has been low, job creation by the private sector is low. How much is this really going to change? It's a lot of administrative burden that you're putting on an employer. I don't think it's really going to move the needle.
Okay, Rahul Garg joins us. He's a partner at PricewaterhouseCoopers. He's an expert on direct tax. There's been some rationalization of the tax slabs. Do you want to explain how that's likely to play out and how that benefits the middle class, Mr. Garg? Welcome.
Thank you so much. I just want to make a mention that I'm no more a partner with Pricewaterhouse.
Yeah, but go ahead.
But in terms of the benefit to the middle class and benefit to the people who are following the new tax regime, it is important to note that the benefit comes only to those people who are following the new tax regime. And as Finance Minister said, that new tax regime is being followed by quite a lot of number of people. Now it has been made even more attractive. And the more attractive it has been made for three counts. One, the slab rates have been recasted. And the second, the standard deduction has increased. And second, NPS deduction has been provided. So once the standard deduction increases, NPS is provided and the slab rate are recasted, as the finance minister mentioned, that a person could benefit up to 17,500 rupees in a year. So the fact that earlier also people were following the new tax regime, now it is becoming more attractive. So more people will follow the new tax regime.
That's a fair point you're making, that an effort is being made to try and make the new tax regime as attractive as possible and get more people to switch out of it. Mr. Garg, you're wanting to complete the argument you're making.
So these three things we need to actually understand fully, because whether it's a game changer or whether it's another scheme.
Sure.
So the first one I described.
Yes.
The second one says that the government will also provide incentive for EPFO contribution for 4 years of employment, in the first 4 years, at a specified rate.
3,000 rupees is the third scheme.
No, that's the third scheme.
That's the third scheme.
So here it says specified rate. Now, what is that specified rate? We don't know.
And the third scheme?
And the third scheme is for non-manufacturing guys. For them, up to the salary of 1 lakh per month, they will be paid 3,000 rupees per month for 2 years towards EPFO contribution.
Yeah.
So this is the EPFO contribution being paid for some more.
This is
it therefore more
So the
about the
government also
messaging?
makes a contribution to employee provident fund. So
This
apart
is
from
the
the company and the individual,
Yes.
the government will make a
This is
contribution.
the government contribution.
For the first 4 years, but the amount has not been specified, at least in summary I have right.
And that's what I was saying. We have had these
For 4
schemes
years.
in for last 7 years. The latest one was
No, but how does government
let me
making a
explain.
contribution to employee provident fund in
It
addition to the
helps.
employer and the employer? How does that help?
So we had the scheme called ABRY, Atmanirbhar Bharat Rozgar Yojana, which was brought after the COVID, in which the government paid both the contribution, the employers as well as employees' contribution to the EPFO. So that finished only last year, and there was no one. So I think this has been brought in to substitute for that scheme.
The point is both the employer and employee are incentivized, if some contributions are made by the government, to be on the proper payroll as opposed to subcontracted.
But it
The
won't
point is,
increase.
No, but what is the
magnitude
impulse?
enough
The
or not?
impulse is, think of it from the employer's mindset. Does it incentivize the employer to get people on board? Even if the government makes a contribution to the employee's provident fund account and there's an extra contribution coming in from the government side, how does it change the psyche of the employer?
Because you can attract more people. It depends on the
that's-
magnitude of the incentive.
Rahul, I think the government comes out every month with an EPFO data.
Yeah, which is itself.
And if you look at carefully, there are 3 columns in that. Number 1, the new employees who joined. Number 2, who left, who stopped paying contribution. And 3rd, who earlier left have started making contribution again. So this dynamics of new coming, leaving and going is actually encouraged a whole lot by this kind of stuff.
Okay, so I want to go across to Anshuman Magazine. Anshuman Magazine is chairperson and chief executive of CBRE, a leading real estate expert, Mr. Magazine. One of the big announcements was that an effort will be made to try and digitize land records in urban areas, in rural areas, for farmers. Now, this has been spoken of, but from the best as you understood, what impact do you think this could have on India's real estate sector and the fact that the government is now making digitization of all land records such a key priority?
For me personally, this was the biggest takeaway from the budget, because land is not an issue only for real estate. We need land for manufacturing. We need land to put hospitals, hotels, anything we do, we need land. And the biggest challenge in India was, of course, on title of land. And we've all discussed that there are lakhs of cases which are pending in the courts and why our court system is slow. As you would know, large amount of litigation in our courts are because of land disputes. Plus, what happens is because of not getting proper title, investments are not going in as much as they should go in, and government has not been able to collect as much taxes as they can. So if this is implemented, of course, the key is implementation. If this is implemented,
Do you think it's likely to take?
A big needle mover. Yes, it'll take time. Some of the states have already done it. It also depends how determined the government is. It is, it can be done. Like I said, I hope they have some timelines, and this will have a major impact on the economy, not only real estate, and it's really unleash a huge improvement. And can you imagine both investments going into real estate? The budget talked about urban development for doing anything manufacturing. One of the big deterrents for a lot of manufacturers coming here again is to assemble land, or for anybody to do anything really in this country. So if this is implemented, this will have a major, major impact on our economy.
How do you see this play out, Rajiv Kumar? The idea that you want to digitize all land, it's currently very paper-based, discretionary, especially in rural areas. It's not as fixed and proper.
This is an idea whose time had come 10 years ago. It's wonderful that they're doing. The states which have digitized their land record and the land sort of on the ground, as it were, Telangana, for example, have benefited a great deal. This will remove a huge amount of corruption, and at the ground level, at the tehsil and all of that level, it will facilitate land transfers, developing a market in land for both the rural areas and the urban areas, and it will take away, as it were, a lot of harassment that goes on today in land acquisition. And therefore, it will also be very good for the manufacturing industry, because they will be able to, for example, I know that in Telangana, you could order a parcel of land sitting abroad, you could identify it on the map there and make the purchase even online. If that happens for the country as a whole, I think it's a big move forward.
Also, formal credit offtake.
It was a long time coming, but thankfully,
by the way,
for farmers,
there is already a scheme going on called Dilraim, which is there for last, and which has digitized a lot of records. I want to again see what is the difference being made now. What is the delta? So let me see the content, and then
the difference that is being made is the central government has now accepted the importance of digitizing all land records, because it was a state government.
No, it is a central government scheme. Dilramp is a central government scheme.
Maybe it is just.
There is also a unique land record being assigned, number being assigned to all the 30 odd crores records.
Can I just comment? I think
going on
it's fine, even if it is already been there. A renewed focus and emphasis is good enough. To add to Rajiv Ji's points, the point is, if somebody wants credit, if you have a digital land record, your credit offtake becomes much more formalized. You don't have to pay usurious informal rates, which are double, triple digits on an annualized basis. So those kind of things.
And the patwaris get less commission.
Exactly.
The patwaris get less commission. You don't have to go.
Litigation also goes down.
Yeah, but Punita, you wanted to make a point on taxes. What's the point you want to make?
We used to think that India has reached like a tax stability regime, but this budget makes me believe that they've tinkered on taxation on so many different things, whether it's customs duty, long-term gains, income taxes, that there is no more tax stability that we can expect in the next few years. There could be further changes every year, whether it's on capital gains, whether it's on income tax, whether it's on customs duty. Just a few years ago, they raised customs duty on gold. Today, they brought it down.
When the big political messaging is no tinkering, continuity. Anshuman Magazine, do you buy that argument that Punita Sinha is making, that it's, now, for example, long-term capital gains increase to 12.5. It could increase further next year. We don't know where it's going to. There's no message that this is a cap. And they've tinkered and tweaked. For example, they raised gold customs duty. Now they brought down gold and silver. So you now are back in the old days where you never know what's happening. And it could increase, it could decrease, depending on what the financial and political imperative of that moment is.
Certainly, this is disconcerting, and the fact is there were so many other list of requests on actually reducing taxes which were completely ignored. And in fact, every budget, what I've been saying is that The government is widening taxes, which is fine. But logically, whenever you widen taxes, you need to reduce taxes, right? But we continue to widen taxes, but don't reduce taxes. Maybe in some places we do. So I would still sort of, I hope there is, better sense that while we reduce taxes, while we widen taxes, reduce tax rates while we widen the tax net.
This reduction of customs duty on gold and silver, to what extent do you think this is likely to reduce corruption?
Imagining
Sir, 1 second, one at a time, please. Yes.
No, this is again a very welcome move, because the more you raise the customs duties on gold, the more you encourage smuggling, and more you encourage smuggling, the more you are getting caught in that whole black.
The counter is you don't want people investing in non-productive assets like gold, right? Which is why you had customs duty.
The point also is that if you are successfully able to monetize gold in the household, which Subhash tried actually, then it's not non-productive investment. It can be very productive investment. In fact, even today, companies like Muthoot and others, you can get money, you can monetize the gold holding that you have, and this is why there's a big effort at the moment. So I think the custom duty on gold imports had been reduced to 2 and 2.5%. Then it was successively raised by this government. I think it's a good one to reduce.
Large parts of our audience will be urban middle class, who will wonder what is in this budget for us. What have we got out of the budget, positive and negative? If they were to look at this budget closely and wonder about that, what would that be? What would it give them a feeling of cheer today? And what would make them feel that there is really nothing yet again for the Indian middle class?
So for the tax-paying middle class, about 8 to 9 crore households who file the returns, the fact that standard deduction has been increased by about 25,000 rupees, and the minimum taxation limit has been raised in the alternative scheme from 6 to 7, which she counted gives a certain kind of benefit, about 17,500, what she mentioned. I think that's a very clear gain for them. But to my mind, this is much lower than what they were expecting. This is not the, I don't think they will feel very happy about it. So they'll say, all right, something has come, but not really something.
In fact, there was an expectation that given that the fiscal situation is looking healthier, that there will be a cut in income tax rate for the middle class, which has not happened. And so I think that's a disappointment.
That hasn't happened in a long time.
And again, that 30% slab, which kicks in at 15 lakh, remains unchanged. So 15 lakh is a very low income level
Can
today.
I just slightly disagree there? Yes. The point is Indian per capita income is just slightly above 2 lakh rupees. Like median income is around 1 lakh something. In the US, the median, the mean income is $80,000, and the income tax kicks in around $20,000. Here, it is the exact opposite. It's 2 lakh rupees. It kicks in at 8 lakh rupees. So from the government's point of view, there is not much space. The people who think are middle class are actually 90 percentile people in this country. They're not actually 50 percentile.
Rajiv is a very strong point that Harsh is making. Yes, accepted that the audience here is middle class. But the point is that the economic policies cannot continue to be made to just keep favoring the better offs, which is what it is. If the tax exemption rate is 5 lakhs and the per capita income is 1.65, 1.85 lakhs, you're already very well off when you're there. So therefore, the budget economic policies have to be made for those who are at the bottom of the pyramid, and for their
increase in government has faced the charge in the past, particularly with the corporate tax, where that it's the top, the creamy layer who's really benefited. That large part in the middle of this country, which is the driving engine of India, whether you can claim that they actually earn 2 lakhs a month, they have the ones who claim they haven't got enough out of the government.
Which is why,
why do I not get tax breaks, let's say, for education, for health? That's where I want.
No, let us be consistent, which is why, for example, LTCG has been raised from 10% to 12.5%. So when it goes from 10 to 12.5%, it most disproportionately impacting the wealthy who are investors. Then we cannot criticize that. Then say inequality is rising because the so-called middle class is not getting cuts. Again, the 50 percentile of this country is earning around 1 lakh per year on a per individual basis. So I'm just saying the middle class is a sense of psychology which all of us share. but it is not a numerical middle class in a 50 percentile sense. It may sound harsh, no pun intended, but that is the reality.
Okay.
But there's been no penalization of the ultra rich, which also across the world, as you know, there is this billionaire tax and all of that coming. But in India, the dividend tax has not been increased, so the promoters.
Dividend is at the marginal rate.
But you saw what happened during the election.
DDT was removed.
Someone raised the possibility of an inheritance tax or wealth tax, and immediately there was a reaction. I mean, it's all very well.
They will always be, but
so taxation in this country just matters to those who are outside the tax.
Dividend is taxed at the full income.
Get a sense of size.
But wealth tax is very much justified, of course, for the reasons which you said. They will not
No,
bring
people will end up making trusts. I don't think wealth tax, inheritance tax
wealth
helps.
tax is
No,
but
trust
let's
is
not
not
go
there.
crazy. One second, Rajdeep.
That's not the
One
way.
second. This will impact you also. The fact is that if you keep doing these things, like the billionaire tax, for example, that Brazil has brought,
saying Rajdeep
it
is a
will.
billionaire?
No, I'm saying this will only encourage people who are well-to-do to move to places like Dubai and park their money
No, my
overseas.
point is, A, they've already, a large number of them have already moved. And B, when you gave them the kind of tax bonanza that they got a few years ago.
First, you're telling them invest.
No. What did they do after that?
Spend in the India story.
They
Then
didn't.
you tax them in this fashion. Why will they stay? Punita Sinha she'll never come back from Boston. She'll stay in Boston.
let's not-
I'm not coming back.
I'm not saying that
But
tax.
this is
I'm
true.
only asking you. I'm asking you that one of the criticisms of this government has been that they've benefited the people at the top of the pyramid, the creamy layer, who didn't actually proportionately give back to the economy. Those in the middle. Now we can define the middle in different ways.
even
Have not had the same.
This is
amount
the
of
government
benefits.
which raised the
and
top
there has
rate.
been welfareism for those at the bottom. Now we thought the Kisan Samman Nidhi would increase. As of now, it hasn't. I was surprised. I thought 6,000 would go up to 8,000 was the expectation. That's not happened.
The
Now,
first,
surely that could have been
first
done.
Nirmala Sitharaman budget actually raised taxes, the marginal tax rate, including surcharge, on the highest earners. It was only partially rolled back last year. So they are paying around 40% taxes, including on their dividends. The LTCG has gone up, STCG has gone up, STT has gone up. So to say that the most well-off are not...
I am one of those who's been hit.
as much.
I am one of those who's been hit.
Disproportionately, people in liquid
But
assets are likely to be the well-off.
This constant refrain about
So let's not play both
corporate
sides.
tax deduction hasn't led to corporate investment.
Yes.
I think it's past because as the Axis Bank research study points out, they've invested about 35 lakh crore in the last 2 years. The investment rate has increased up by 19%. So the corporates are coming up, but now there is an issue of demand creation, which this government is trying to address through employment generation.
So let's ask Mr. Tyagarajan that question. He's the managing director at Blue Star. Mr. Tyagarajan, this question about whether the incentives that have been rolled out for employment generation will actually lead to new jobs being created. From what you've understood from your position and from the others you've been speaking to at CII, what impact do you think these incentives will actually have on the job market?
Thank you, Rahul. It's a pleasure interacting with you. I think it would. For CII, I head the consumer durables and electronics sector. And the job-linked incentives that we asked for in the pre-budget memorandum, that has happened. I am particularly happy about the internship scheme of 5 years, 100 million youth to be trained. That is win-win-win. The youth gains, the corporates gain, and the country gains. Now, as far as our sector is concerned, there were two things that propelled us. Number one is connected with the 15% tax for new manufacturing units. One would have expected one more scheme would have been announced with a sunset period of another 3 years. That's a disappointment. The other one is connected with the PLI scheme extensions. But having said that, we are very happy about the fiscal discipline that is being maintained. That is laudable. Now, inconsistent with the current government's theme, it's not some big incentives are being rolled out in order to get there. Whether we are getting the fundamentals correct. So our focus has been building scale. The consumption will have to go up in India so that we are able to reach that scale to compete with China elsewhere in the global markets. The 1 lakh crore rupees which was set aside for R&D and innovation, that has to come into operation. We have to implement it faster if we have to really get there. Domestic value addition will have to happen, and we should learn to compete with China. I hold the view that this China plus one, we take for granted that one is India. I don't think we are anywhere near that at all. We will learn to compete with them by allowing them to be here also under FDI. The economic policy has laid out that they will consider, as long as Chinese companies follow the law of the land and they are going to do the domestic value addition, we should compete with them in order that we compete with them in the US or Europe. And so our direction has been clear that we have to do a lot to become competitive. And I am happy with regard to a few things that have happened. Perhaps the 15% tax for new manufacturing units could have been done. That didn't happen. Lastly, the green credit scheme, it's a very important one in order to encourage people to follow life, like a 5-star air conditioner or a 5-star appliance. That green credit is a very important tool. That is how the Japanese did it. That's how Chinese did it. And I thought there will be a mention that wasn't there. But having said that, fiscal discipline, JLI or the job linked incentive and the internship scheme make me happy.
Mr. Tyagarajan, thank you for joining us. We'll come back to you for more later. That's Mr. Tyagarajan from Blue Star. Yes.
So this internship scheme is only in 500 top companies.
Yeah. BSE 500. No, or what? What
that
500?
has not been defined.
Broadly
They will define. So internship can be only in 500 top companies.
What does top mean?
They will explain.
Listed 500 top
Listed by don't know.
Turnover or profit or whatever it is.
How all of this will presumably be explained at a subsequent date?
Internship is only if you are in the 500 companies.
Only those 500 top companies will be able to have this internship scheme
benefits,
in which the government will pay 5